Hi. Oh my gosh, you're my hero. Why?
The school
You
picture.
you are just because as a student, all the work that you do and ID cards for people as a parent. I always appreciate it. So better.
Good evening, Vacaville. This is August 25th, 2026. It is 6:04. This is our regular scheduled city council meeting. We will move on, at least for now, for a roll call, and then we'll catch up for this 6 o'clock meeting. So roll call, please.
Council Agency Authority Member Stockton.
Here.
Ritchie.
Here.
Chapman.
Here.
Fremont.
Here.
Wiley.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Silva.
Ready?
Mayor Chair Crowley.
Here. If you're able, please rise for a moment of silence. Councilmember Stockton, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We completed a closed session, and there's nothing to report out tonight. So with that, we'll move on to the approval of the agenda. Any changes in tonight's agenda?
No changes, Mayor.
All right, therefore, do I have a motion?
Second.
We have a motion, and Vice Mayor Silva seconds. All in favor? Aye. And we'll move on to report to the City Council. Any member of the council have anything to report out on, or any comment? Let's see. I'm going to go with Vice Mayor Silva.
Thank you. So two items. Number one, I had a wonderful conversation with Acacia Lujan. Where'd she go? There she is. And actually another student of mine, to be fully transparent. Both of them different angles about different concerns about tobacco sales in our city, particularly in proximity to our schools. So I just thought that was very well put together, very interesting. I see them here, coincidentally. I'm guessing they're going to make a public comment or just here to observe. But I thought it was great that our younger population is absolutely engaged and looking at how our city supports overall healthy community. So I thought that was great. Number two, Charter Park. Again, saw the city put out a post that it's open. That's one of several projects that we've invested in as a council these past several years. Been a lot of great positive feedback coming from it. Different challenges with different quote unquote amenities out there, like the zip line, the misting station. But I can't emphasize enough. Every time I've gone out there, just getting feedback from different folks. Apparently, it got TikTok famous. So there's like families from not just outside the neighborhood, but outside our city coming to enjoy that park and bringing kids and bringing family members out. So that's been pretty amazing to see. It's also been amazing to see young adults, young older men actually working with younger youth, so teenagers actually doing something positive, helping them learn about different skills that look like in soccer and so forth. I've heard youth aspire to actually start an art club because there's different areas that still can be brightened up. That's always kind of been part of that whole process. So a lot of those concepts that were in theory and that we were hearing from the community, we start to see that when we provide these spaces, people step up and they're looking at providing the leadership to move it forward. So I think that's absolutely amazing, and I encourage anybody through our community to continue to find ways to improve our community, and to me, that's what we're here for. So thank you. Oh, sorry, one last thing. Staff has been out there, I think, every dang day. So from all different departments. So thank you, staff, for your commitment to making sure not just that facility, but all our facilities are well maintained. Thank you.
Councilmember Chapman.
Oh, thank you. I have a few things I would like to touch on or share. I also had a student to reach out to me regarding youth concerns around tobacco, and had questioned us a question or shared about the buffer zones. And so I'm very happy that our young people are getting engaged and are willing to come out and share their concerns or be the voice of their peers. And then we being the city, received a huge check from our representative Mike Thompson to assist with Harmony Village. Was able to attend that last week. It's always great when we're receiving money that's going toward projects that are definitely needed. And then the student habitat. I guess that's it. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Wiley?
Thank you. I have a couple of things that have been just real exciting to go to, the Harmony Village with Habitat. And then the Sunday before that was the Pina Adobe, the DAR monument. And there was a great group of people, including some on horses, that I might add. And just, it was a wonderful opportunity for the whole community to be here to recognize the founding people for 250, the Spanish patriots that made settled our area. So that was Pina Adobe. And then also this week I went to the equality luncheon with the women from the Commission on Women and Girls, and I was happy to talk with, our commissioner was there, Carla Valdez, and I sat with the youth commissioner, and I'm meeting with her as well, and Gianna. So it's just great to see a whole group of women looking at the efforts of women throughout history and getting the right to vote and things like that. So that was a great activity as well. And then I attended a homeless roundtable, and Tamara Colden did a great, was there also and answered some questions. So that was a good activity. This week I'm going to the American Canyon for League of Cities, and I didn't know if anyone else was going, because if we could, it said please carpool, so let me know if you are going to that. And then the other big issue this week was I heard from a lot of District 6 people about the Fairfield project, which is outside the Vacaville city limits and outside the Vacaville purview, but it's kind of right in the backyard of District 6. So a lot of people are concerned about a possible data center. And at the women's luncheon, I talked to someone from Fairfield, and it's a concept. We don't know exactly what it's going to be, but it's just a concern that a Fairfield project is so close to our borders, and we don't know a lot about data centers. So I do feel like there's so much things going on with data centers. It would be nice if so I kind of propose if we could have a study session or have our staff find out more about data centers, because if they're in Fairfield now, they'll be at Vacaville next, and there's different kinds, and maybe we can have the 322 meetings or some kind of a study session, because the county did, make some recommendations on limiting data centers. We're having the big issue with the best battery storage right now, so to get kind of on top of it, it would be nice to know more about data centers. What do they really benefit the community? And you hear both sides. They use all the water, they use all the electricity. No, they don't use much water, no, they don't use much electricity. So I think it would be good to have a study session. So I wonder if the council would also agree with that, so we could have that set up so that we find out more. So we're all moving from the same direction.
What we can do is just give an acknowledgement to staff to understand, since this is permeating not only in our community, but we've been to these statewide conferences, and we hear a lot of things that sound scary, and we don't have facts. And I think that this council and this community has really seen how to understand something through battery. Really learned how to understand what it is and what it isn't, what are the impacts. So I think it'd be great if, to start with, is just allow staff and our city manager to lean in to maybe understand what would be the best step forward, so that we do understand, yes.
Sure, I can work with the department heads and get back during our one-on-one meetings, maybe a strategy and when we can bring it back. Thanks.
So, because I know it'll continue to be an issue for people that are there. And there's a lot about the plans, because it is an industrial park. And so just kind of seeing what's going forward with that. And even Texas is pulling back from some of the data centers, so people do have concerns.
Yeah, you make a good point, and it's better that we operate with a position of understanding versus when we start leaning into fear and what they are and what they aren't. Data centers have been around for years. Everyone has a phone connects to a data center every time they do a search.
Right.
So it's just this push for them, I think, opens up the opportunity to understand them more and what they mean.
Right.
Pros and cons.
Right.
I think it's important to have a logical discussion. Great, yeah.
Thanks.
Anything else? So, Councilmember Stockton?
Yes, I would reiterate, I would support learning as much as we can about data centers if that's something that's going to become a continuing, topic of conversation in the community. I think we learned a lot from Best too, so I'm very supportive of that as well, just so staff knows. I think we learned a tremendous amount when we went through the battery energy storage system process, so I think it would be good for that. As was mentioned, I just want to remind everybody, because we don't have another council meeting before September 1st. On September 1st at the Ulatis Community Center, there is an opportunity for community members to speak about battery energy storage out on the Corby project that's just outside of city limits, but is very close to the city of Vacaville, very close to a senior living area over in Leisure Town, as well as Interstate 80, the houses around there, and also Kaiser Permanente Hospital. So I think it's a great opportunity. I think the city of Vacaville has taken tremendous steps to really investigate the dangers that are associated with lithium-ion battery energy storage systems. And so this is an opportunity for us to voice some of those same concerns, even though this is not a project that's in front of the Vacaville City Council or in our city. It is a reminder that the things that are very close to our city can have tremendous impacts on our quality of life. So I would just encourage anybody to go on the Tuesday, September 1st. It's a pretty big window too. They're going to be there at Ulatis Community Center from 4 o'clock until 9 o'clock. So that way you can get there when you get off of work. And I know that I put in a request to see if we might be able to put some information out on some billboards and different things like that. City manager, were we able to get any notifications like that done?
Yeah, I will follow up with our public information officer. She's not here today, but she did acknowledge that she will be pushing it out on that screen that's behind the Ulatis Center, as well as any billboard where we're allowed to.
Perfect, thank you. That's it.
All right, the only thing that I can add right now is, let's see, who all is going to League of Cities? Who here is not going to League of Cities? Okay, so I think most everyone. All right, well, this is something we do every year. You never know, and I think Councilmember Wiley, there's been times where you were the delegate and then all of a sudden there was no vote. But it's always being part of that. I am going, but it does require an official action, so I don't mind being the official delegate unless somebody else desires to do it.
I'll make a motion that you be our voting delegate.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
And there may never be anything to vote on, but that's a formality that's required. So I'll be the voting delegate, and I look forward to seeing the rest of you down there. I'm sure there's going to be all kinds of interesting presentations, and there's likely going to be one on all things data centers, I'm sure. It's always going to be something to look at. Beyond that, I think many of us also attended several of these different events. One shout out to, it's always nice to celebrate a small business. This last week, Wendy and Dallas Jackson celebrated a lifelong dream and celebrated 25 years as a small business owner downtown. And so it was well attended, and it was nice to see, because it's more than just a local employer. It's something personal, because you see their friend or their family growing up. And to listen to a business actually talk about just a small store operation and then have several stores, and then say, well, that employee's been with us for 17 years, and that one's been 13 years. I think it's a commitment to, so many times we talk about economic development opportunity, but small business is where it's at. So it's a good reminder to us all that the things we do to support that. And with that, nothing else to report. I'm going to go ahead and move on to reports of the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and community members. I do have quite a bit of show and tell today. So first of all, I would request Angelina to pull up the web page that the staff has created for our pilot travel center project. There was a lot of community demand. Typically, we don't set up a special web page for a single project because we have so many projects, but this project does demand that. So thanks to our Community and Economic Development Department, they have put the page together. Angelina, if you can just scroll down, it talks about the project description, the project plans, and I do want to reiterate right now there's no hearings or meetings scheduled, but Erin Morris, our Community and Economic Development Director, and myself, we're going to work with the applicant to have some community engagement opportunities with our community. And there's also a link on that project's document. If you click on it, it will take you to our system called eTrackIt, and that's where all of the documents are accessible to the community. They can download anything, where it was a design review application, or the second from the top is completeness letter. It's so hard to read from here. So if you click on that, it will give you the details on what the response of the city was for that application. Currently, the application is deemed incomplete, and our staff has put together almost a 53-page document to share with the applicant where there's room for application completeness process. So all of that is now available publicly, and then with that, I would move on to my second update. And Corey or Mike, if you can please play the video for our college intern program.
The City of Vacaville has many different internship opportunities for any college student that is interested. This internship has helped me a lot in my career path. I learned so many different things.
I'm really glad I joined this internship to have experience at such a young age in a professional setting.
It's offered me the chance to mature a lot as a person, as well as in my professional life, how to go about a work setting and work with coworkers.
There's so many great departments here in the City of Vacaville.
Instead of just taking classes in college, it's way different to have experience.
It is a great way to further your professional skills, whether you are trying to get a city job or not.
I would definitely recommend this to any other college students. Everyone's been so kind and so welcoming, and I just feel really cared for here, and I think it's going to really help me out in the future.
I'd recommend this internship to anybody who's interested.
I'm very grateful to be part of this internship.
So for that video and the interns, I would like to thank our department heads and managers who spend quality time with these college interns and groom them to be ready for the workforce, and they get real-time life experience working in a city environment. The next update I have is, before I do the update on some of our GIS projects, I want to say thank you to our GIS team, our technology team, specifically Kurt Corbett and Sean Justin. In addition, for the first two maps that Angelina is going to share, Michelle, our city clerk, and our deputy city clerk, Angelina, they provided many hours of work to produce these story maps that are desired by our community members. One is Get to Know Your City Council, and Angelina will be going through this. And the other one is Get to Know Your candidates that are running for election. We do get a lot of foot traffic on our front counter at the city manager's office, where our community members are interested in knowing who are the candidates that are running, what is their candidate statement. So these two maps will allow our community to have access to all of that information. Angelina?
All right. Good evening. I'm going to take my earbud out so I don't hear myself twice. I'm just going to give you a quick demo of the Get to Know Your City Council dashboard here. You can find this on our city website under Government and City Council. You'll land, oops, there we go. You'll land on this welcome web page. It gives you a little bit of information on our city council, the makeup of our city council. There's links there to how to view our council meetings and election information. And you can either scroll, oh, who's that? There we go. You can scroll to see our current council, or if you're interested just in, let's say, who is your council member for your district, you can select your district at the top and see your council member. They're listed here, their picture and their bio. And very soon we are going to be putting your contact information on there as well so that the public can see how to email or get a hold of you. And then if you are unsure of your district, you can click the District Explorer and give it maybe one moment. There you go. This will bring up an option for folks to enter in their address. Let's say we're here at City Hall. And it will populate where you are and what district you're in. It'll tell you the name of your council member, the district, and when they were elected. So, and then under the Resources tab, you can find information on your polling locations, helpful for this coming November. Okay? So, very similar to this one. Let me close out of that one. Very similar to the Get to Know Your City Council, we'd like you to get to know your City Council candidates. So it should look very familiar. It's under Government, City Clerk, and Election Information. The landing page contains information about the upcoming general election on November 3rd, as well as info on who's eligible to run for elected office here in Vacaville. There you can see who's eligible. And again, you can scroll to specific offices, or you can choose at the top if you're interested in candidates for a specific district. And what you see here, in addition to the district that they are running for and their name and picture, is their candidate statement. These candidate statements are what will be posted in the elections guide that you get along with your ballot. So they provided these as part of their paper pulling process. And if they provided one in, let's go back to Mayor. If they provided a statement in English and in Spanish, you'll see that they're in English and Spanish on this as well. And then again at the top, if anybody is confused about where they are or just interested in any sort of the address, any other addresses in the city, you can enter those in here and pull up our district map again. If at any time you want to get back to the city's website, you can click the little tiny logo up in the top left-hand corner and be directed back to our website.
All right, the last update we have is about our CIP projects. As we did the surveys, focus groups last year, we heard a lot from our community. They don't know what our CIP projects are, where are they located, what is the status, are they in construction or design phase. So thanks to our Public Works Department, Laura Museum, as well as, again, our GIS team, Kurt and Sean, they have put together an amazing CIP project dashboard, which Angelina will share with the community.
All right, so our last GIS tool that we're going to show you tonight, as Savita mentioned, is this ArcGIS map. You can also find it on the city's transparency portal under CIP dashboard. This is where you'll land. The dashboard will show you all active projects. If I can find my mouse, there we go. It'll show you all the active projects as well as the total cost. I'm sorry that the screen is jumping. As well as the total cost. You can then use the filters on the left-hand side to filter the projects down to what you're interested in seeing. So for example, if we were interested in seeing what sewer projects are going on right now, you'll see there are 10 active projects. If you'd only like to see those that are currently under construction, you'd select construction and you would then see that there are 2. Leaves you with these active projects, which you can either view on this right-hand panel by hitting these arrows and scrolling through, or you can also click on them here in the map. There you go, and they come up there as well. This project description over here includes the project location, the responsible department, a short description of the project, what phase it's in, any budget, and construction and end dates if available, which are always approximate. All right, and we're going to show you just one more option. We'll take off these parameters here. So if you were interested in seeing, let's say, transit, you can see, maybe you can't see, we'll try to scroll in. There's actually 2 right now in that area. So if you click on anything that has a number on it, You can, again, come over here to this right-hand panel and scroll through them this way, or you can come over here to the 3 little lines and hit Browse Features and pick which one you're interested in seeing more about, and you'll get all that same information. All right, that's it for that one, unless there's anything else you wanted me to show.
No, thanks, Angelina. And again, this was a lot of staff work and effort that went in the back end to produce these transparency portals for our community. Our next phase is going to be working towards our police and fire transparency efforts. So that would take some time, but that would be our phase 2 for this project. So with that, I'll wrap up my comments. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I know that so many times the public is looking for information, and whether it's up to date or not is one story, but the other piece of it is how easy it is to find it and be informing the public. So this is great information. Thank you very much.
Just have some
Vice Mayor Silla.
Yeah, so thanks for the updates and thanks for updating the website. I've taken accountability, like I've been critical of just how we find information. It's not just the city of Vacaville, it's many different agencies that are dealing with so many jobs, so many different tasks. Going back to the pilot travel center project as an example, in there, would there be posted where there's upcoming meetings on that particular site, or is that just
Yes.
whatever's being filed? Okay.
Yes, we will be posting that.
And then where would people go to sign up for emails about any particular CIP project or any project that's pending? How would they sign up for emails to make sure that
They can go to our constant contact, and when you say subscribe to our newsletter, like the monthly newsletter that is going out from the city manager's office, at the bottom it has a subscribe button. When you click on it, you can pick and choose which topics you want to get subscription emails for. So you can pick, I want CIP projects, I want newsletter, I want about council meetings, and there's like a long list of things on that, and then community members, depending on their desire, they can select all or none or a sample of it.
And so just to clarify, where would they go for that? Or what's the easiest way to find that?
There's a monthly newsletter that comes out from my office, and that is on our city webpage under city manager's office. At the bottom, it has so if you search for Vacaville Insights, that's our newsletter name. At the bottom, it has subscribe, and there you can subscribe for all different kinds of newsletters. We recently also started a business newsletter, which is very specific to business-oriented news.
Good, thank you. And then, not to get too far into it, but just to clarify on that particular project, I'm getting questions that project is a quote-unquote done deal, that it's in the county's hands and whatnot. Is that accurate?
No, I would have my community and economic development director speak to that.
Thank you for the question, Vice Mayor Silva. The project has been filed with the City of Vacaville. The pilot project, it's undergone its initial review, and the application's been deemed incomplete. The approval path for the project, if the project should be approved, it has to go to Planning Commission, probably City Council, and then the annexation has to be approved by Solano LAFCO. And there's a lot of things that have to happen between now and then. They have to have a complete application. We have to conduct environmental review. So what I would say is it's not a done deal. There are multiple public decision-making points that people can be involved in. And at this point, it's really an inactive application without really even a schedule for coming forward to decision.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
And then last question, one small question and another one. Updates to the CIP dashboard, those updates have to be manual, is that right? Like staff would have to still go in and...
There's a software in the back end, and staff will be providing quarterly updates. So at the end of every quarter, we would be making updates. So as we deploy our new strategic plan, we're also working on a transparency portal for that. So once that is launched, all of these things that you saw today will be in one place. So community won't have to remember 3 different web pages. It will all be a drop down, and staff will be making once a quarter updates on all of these. If there's no update, it'll show the previous update.
And then last question I had is, I know some folks get particular about this, but when as far as like candidates for office for city, What determines the order of the individuals?
I believe, and Michelle, you can speak to that, it was in the order the application or the papers were received.
All right, thank you.
And then with that, I think the only other thing that I wanted to comment on is, I did pull it up on the subscribe. You can sign up for anything. I get notifications anytime the city is putting out an RFP. So, but it is, if you go and actually type in, City of Vacaville notifications, do you want to subscribe? It literally says subscribe, and you enter your information, and there could be 20 things there, and then there's every district. And so it's designed to give you specific if you don't want too much, because sometimes we don't like too much. And other times it allows you to see everything. So the CIP program is something that people have questioned in the past, and it's important. And I'm also aware that because of the sensitivity of some high-profile projects, such as pilot, the staff's putting together a landing page. So it puts things together in a much easier way because it has a lot of attention. So I appreciate staff's willingness to sometimes go above and beyond, other than just, okay, click here, link here, look there, but to package it up so that it makes it easier for people to see because it's of interest. And thank you for the presentation, and thank you for staff's work in putting all that together. I know that's a lot of hard work. We'll go ahead and move on. There's no presentations tonight. There are consent items tonight, 9A through 9G. Any member of the public or the council wishing to pull an item for discussion? Any member online wishing to pull an item? All right, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstained? All right, we'll move on. Next is business from the floor. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to address the council on any item that is not on tonight's agenda, but is within the council's jurisdiction. Please come forward, and you'll have 3 minutes. So, good evening.
Members. My name is Acacia. I'm in my junior year of high school and a third-generation resident of Vacaville. I want to start with an important question. When Vacaville students finish their long day at school and walk home, what do you think they should see? In some areas, they see parks or maybe ice cream trucks, but in Vacaville, we see tobacco and smoke shops concentrating right across the street from our schools. I first recognized this as an issue when I went to Buckingham to visit a friend, and in the past 5 years, 3 smoke shops moved in right across the street, which now has 17 tobacco retailers within 1,000 feet, the most of any school in all of Solano County. According to Stanford CCHAT, Vacaville is the worst city in Solano County for having more tobacco retailers located within 1,000 feet of schools. Vallejo has 17% of tobacco retailers residing within 1,000 feet of schools. Dixon, a low 9%, but Vacaville, it has 32% of its retailers within 1,000 feet of schools. Over 100 jurisdictions across California have implemented policies regarding proximity of tobacco retailers to schools, including Vallejo, Fairfield, Dixon, and Benicia. But sadly, Vacaville is not one of those, and was even given an F by American Lung Association for our lack of protections in 2025. I am not asking for any businesses to be shut down, just that we don't let any more new tobacco retailers move in by schools. I have draft language from other cities as well that I've provided to City Clerk, and over 100 signatures from those that agree that we need to pass modern protections for our youth in Vacaville. 100% of everyone I have asked to sign the petition has signed it because they too agree with this. I have seen the devastation of addiction on my friends and my family, and some not even old enough to drive. I know our leadership cares deeply about our youth, so I urge you all to protect the future of Vacaville. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Good evening. I'm speaking tonight because I believe we need to talk, we need to look at ag land, not simply as land that happens to be undeveloped, but as an economic asset that is already producing value for our community. The best evidence for that is the 2025 Solano County Crop and Livestock Report. According to the report, Solano County Ag generated a record $476 million in 2025 in gross agricultural production, the highest value ever recorded in our county. Think about what that number represents. And those almonds generated $108 million alone, cattle and calves, much like the property proposed for the pilot truck center, $65.4 million. Those are just the two largest commodities. The report documents a diverse ag economy that includes orchards, vineyards, field crops, vegetables, livestock, nurseries, and pollination services. But there's something even more important in that report. The county explicitly acknowledges that the reported crop values don't represent the full economic value of agriculture. The report points to productive soils, water availability, proximity to markets, exports, secondary processing, employment, added value, the list goes on, far beyond the value of the crops themselves. That's a very important distinction. Almost $500 million is not the ceiling of ag's economic value to our community. It's the starting point. Land is the foundation that makes all of that economic activity possible. Take that away and you lose more than the crop that might have been grown there. You lose the jobs, the purchases. Unlike other economic assets, ag land is difficult, if not impossible, to replace once it's been converted. That's why preservation is an economic decision, not just an environmental or aesthetic one. We should absolutely be talking about housing, jobs, commerce, development, but we should also recognize that ag is economic development. The 2025 report demonstrates that ag in Solano County is not a declining industry waiting to be replaced. It just produced its highest gross value on record. So when the city considers converting ag land, the question shouldn't be, what can we build here? It should also be, what economic value are we permanently giving up? And perhaps even more importantly, is a proposed use worth more to our community in the long run than keeping this land available for agriculture? Once it's paved over, it's gone. So I ask the council to look at ag preservation through an economic lens. Please recognize ag land for what it is, productive, economic infrastructure, and protect it accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you.
I spent the afternoon over at the Board of Supervisors meeting. I'm sure that you're aware of the legislation that came down yesterday from our lords in Sacramento. If you only read it through what the newspaper reported, then they didn't get it right because they didn't have enough time to actually read through the whole thing before they had to go to print. The truth is that that bill or that legislation that's proposed ends up being exactly what certain of us have been telling members of the city council and other people what we've known all along. California Forever intends to own Solano County, period. That legislation takes away all local control. At the moment, it's just talking about the shipbuilding at Collinsville. Let's not get into all the reasons that there's not going to be any shipbuilding in Collinsville. That's just a facade. They're using this ancillary thing that most people who know anything about ships buildings, and you guys don't. Anybody that knows about ships knows that it ain't gonna happen at Collinsville, and there's only a small chance that it'd ever come back to Mare Island. That legislation is designed to be the first gambit. It takes away all local control by appointing a special master who comes from Sacramento. Imagine that. Told you guys a long time ago, you get in bed with California Forever, you surrender your independence completely. Those of you who, Mr. Ritchie, Mr. Mayor, who've snuggled up to Mr. Schrammick's wallet be warned, you're giving up your independence. Everything that comes out of California forever is directive in nature. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and the City Council. My name's Les. I live in Vacaville here. I just want to echo what my young friend Keisha said. I didn't know too much about this, so I've only been here a few years, but I do have grandkids and I am concerned about it. There are a lot of retail, smoke shops around schools, and I'm wondering, why is that? I put two and two together. Kids are vulnerable. Kids, like I started to smoke when I was 17. I didn't know what the heck I was doing. I thought it was cool, and it was a heck of a job to kick the habit. By the grace of God, I kicked the habit. But I just don't want to see kids get sucked into all this stuff. And if they see it every day when they're going to school, we're going to think it's normal, like a bread shop, a candy shop. They're going to think it's okay. I think the number one thing to do is to look after our kids. I've got 3 grandkids, and I just don't want to see them get, sucked into this stuff. We do have an ordinance, apparently, that from what I can see out of this information here, it's out of date. It says you have to be 18 to smoke or go to these stores, but the state law says 21. So I guess a lot of the surrounding cities are starting to make it 21 to do that. When people are older, when they're adults, they can do whatever they want. No one's going to tell them what to do. I just don't want to see kids get, caught up in this, that's all. And I don't want to shut anybody down. I love free enterprise. My son's got his own small business. He's doing great, and I think it's a wonderful thing. But, just really think about this, and if we could make some kind of, just get together some kind of committee and try to look into this to stop this happening to our kids, that's all. Kids are going to get hold of what they want to get hold of, but, some are very vulnerable and they might get sort of roped into this. If we could pass some kind of same school zoning restrictions, like the surrounding cities for the time being, until we get the handle on this, that would be great. I'd really appreciate you guys looking into this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi. I'm going to read from my notes here. I'm Lisa, and I'm a lifelong resident of Vacaville and a parent of a high schooler. I chose to raise my children here in Vacaville because we love this city. The rise of tobacco retailers over the last several years is obvious and is a concern with many of us parents who notice the concentration around schools. We tell them in schools to stay away from these products, and then they walk outside and see the same products we told them to stay away from. We are not asking to close any existing businesses down, just that no new tobacco retailers come in. Please take a stand and say no more. On behalf of concerned parents, we ask for your attention to this matter and ask you to promote healthy students, healthy environments, and a future free of addiction. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Carley, Vice Mayor Silva, City Council members, city staff, and members of the community. My name is Matthew Arana. I'm a volunteer with the American Cancer Society's CRECE project through ACS CAN, which is leading tobacco prevention efforts in Vacaville. I'm also a Solano Community College student and a Vacaville resident, and as you might know, I'm here today to talk to you about why I think Vacaville should consider adopting a strong local TRL ordinance. According to the American Lung Association's Tobacco Control Report, Vacaville has a good opportunity to strengthen its tobacco prevention policies. When we look at some other Solano County communities like Benicia and Vallejo, we see that they do have some good tobacco prevention licensing, and they can offer helpful examples and insight into our city and help us to protect young people and support our community's health. Here in Vacaville, we do have around 69 tobacco retailers, and around 22 of them, nearly a third, are located within 1,000 feet of schools. Now, I think this is also important if we take a look at what the youth is saying about this. According to the 2023 to 24 California Healthy Kids Survey, we see that nearly 1 in 4 Vacaville Unified 11th graders have tried vaping, and 1 in 10 reported vaping in the past 30 days. And what I think is actually more concerning is that more than 1 in 2 of 11th graders said that vape products are actually really easy to get, especially for students their age. And I think we should also keep in mind how tobacco companies design and they market their products to encourage repeated use and to maximize sales, right? And that we see that in different forms like flavors, discounts, colorful packaging, and the highly addictive molecule nicotine itself, which makes our youth a really easy target. So I think we need some stronger local protections to help prevent youth from being exposed to these products that have been designed and marketed to encourage addiction. A tear does not prevent adults from purchasing legal tobacco products. It helps create a level playing field for responsible retailers, strengthens protections against youth access, and ensures that the policies we adopt work in practice. A strong tobacco retail license would give Vacaville a local system to license to tobacco retailers, set clear operating standards, conduct regular compliance checks, and hold retailers accountable for violating these laws. And like we have echoed so much today, I think that a TRL would also be a good way to combine these initiatives that our community has brought forward. We could delineate where these retailers are located, particularly near schools and other youth-oriented facilities. And I think that this combined approach would address not just where the products are sold, but how they're marketed and sold within our community. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Carley, Vice Mayor Silva, council members. My name is Jermaine Dowdell. I'm a journeyman carpenter and resident of Solano County. I want to speak about responsible building when you're building inside this county, having responsible developers and responsible general contractors, which will protect us from labor misclassification, wage theft, and other crimes that could possibly be detrimental to the community. I want to come and briefly speak about the apprentice opportunities that come with these jobs that do have responsible general contractors and developers. So please, whenever we do consider those jobs, think about asking those questions. Are you responsible? Are you going to take care of your proper wage, benefits, health, and possible retirement? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, is there anyone on the line wishing to speak? We have 2. All right. Please go ahead.
Commend the city for its proactive outreach. I believe that the city does a wonderful job since I've been living here for the past 3 years in organizing community surveys and hosting listening sessions to understand what the residents really care about. However, one essential part that I think that's still missing in our civic engagement is really closing that loop. So when residents take time to share their voices, they want to easily see what the community has to say and how those insights are translating into concrete policy, budget priorities, or project decisions. And so right now it's really difficult to find, or access the results or summaries or dashboards of the outcomes of our surveys or listening sessions and see what decisions are being made around those. And so in order to continue to have a high quality of life and build strong public trust, we really need to be able to rely on this kind of two-way transparency, making survey findings and results action plans readily available on the city's platforms like the website or even in social media, letting people know here are the results of the survey. And so I just really want to thank the city for continuing to listen to the community. We also want to be able to, I'd love to continue to see what the community is needing, and would like to continue to support that. So thank you for your leadership, and I appreciate it.
I appreciate your comments. Thank you. We have one more.
Great. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great, wonderful. Okay, one of the prior speakers that just spoke about responsible building, and I think it sounds like he maybe was, acting as an agent on union labor, and this just made me think of something. So the last meeting, one of the items was the city to become a member of the CSCDA SKIP program, specifically so that this particular Joint Powers Authority, which is essentially a conduit issuer, can issue bonds for the benefit of developers, like the home developer. And the reason why it's beneficial to the home developer is that the bond gets issued, and that money essentially pays for development impact fees and the cost of other infrastructure that is otherwise that developer's financial obligation. And the developer doesn't have to pay the bond back. Instead, the principal and interest that must be paid on that bond, which can be 3 years or more, gets passed on to the home buyer that buys that new home. And so my concern is that your vote should be reconsidered for joining the CSCDA SKIP program, specifically, just generally, because the city is essentially subsidizing that home project because the developer gets preferred tax-exempt financing on the bond, so meaning it's federally tax-exempt, so the borrowing cost is lower, and the developer doesn't have to pay the bond back. And so, in essence, you are providing a value, you're essentially subsidizing that project, and therefore, I think under the Department of Industrial Relations, they would view this as a public project, and therefore, the workers would have to be paid prevailing wage. And I'm requesting that council direct staff to look into this so that you're not aiding and abetting in a situation where you've created a public project, but the developer isn't going to comply with state law and is not going to pay prevailing wage to the workers. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your comments. Anyone? One more, all right.
Hi, good evening. I sent my comment via email, but I'm not sure if it's going to be read or not. So if it's not, should I go ahead and read it now?
Yes, you can. We do, the council has been in receipt of 2 different emails, so one of them we may have, but you can go ahead and share it publicly.
Okay. My comment is in regard to item 12C, informational update on the Malachias Montoya Community Center.
So what I'm going to ask you to do, if you don't mind, is continue to participate in this meeting. And when we get to that item, be sure and request to speak. That item is not up yet. We're still at business from the floor, so we're just not there yet.
Okay, sounds good. Thank
Okay,
you.
yeah, great, thank you. Anyone else? All right. We'll go ahead and close business from the floor. Just one quick comment. Thank you for those who came and spoke about the safety around schools. I do know that our city in the past has had programs in the police department for compliance checks and working with our youth services in our schools and programs. And so I think it's just a feedback comment to our chief who's in the room as well. And if there's any consideration for safety in schools and access because of some of our zoning, I'm sure that conversation can be communicated within staff to maybe help our council understand if there's something there that is necessary or what we're doing. So appreciate it.
Yeah, and we'll look into that because doing that kind of ordinance and stuff, it's a lot of work on staff time.
And we could already be doing things.
Yes.
We just don't know yet.
So we'll look into that and report back.
Okay. Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and there's no public hearings tonight, so we're going to move on to 12A business, informational update on the development review process improvements initiative.
Sorry, just on that, can you also include liquor license sales as part of that?
Well, if we're going to direct staff, the only thing I want to do is be careful just to the chief and have the chief and the city manager have a discussion to see if there's something to explore, and then on one-on-ones we can add that to it.
I'll just add it.
Yeah, we'll look into that.
Yeah.
We'll get back to you.
Thank you, Mayor Carley and members of council. I'm happy to be here presenting a development review process improvement initiative update. By way of background, this is a work item that was established in the council's previous strategic plan, which ended this year as the council adopted a new strategic plan. As part of implementing the idea that we could improve and make more efficient our development review process, the city hired Baker Tilly to evaluate workload, organizational structure, and procedures across multiple departments that are involved in development review. And then last year, it was in July, the council unanimously directed staff to implement the final action plan that came out of that effort. And the action plan did include phased items that had immediate, short, mid, and long-term things to be accomplished based on the recommendations of the consultant. So we began this process in July of 25. Over the course of the year, we've issued 3 formal progress updates. These are on the webpage. Anyone's looking for that, if you Google Vacaville process improvements, it pops up. Because the goal has been to be transparent with the council and with the public about the city's efforts. And just as a reminder, as I get into the presentation, the development review process we're trying to improve encompasses all City of Vacaville approvals required for alterations to the built environment. So this includes building permits, planning entitlements, encroachment permits, improvement plans, subdivisions. Again, it's all about the built environment and how the city regulates and processes permits for that. So I'm going to go through the 10 priority action items relatively quickly to talk about how we've accomplished these items, and then at the end I have some next steps also. So the first priority action item was to reinstate what had previously been called Tenant Improvement Tuesday, or TI Tuesday. We rebranded it and expanded it to a program called Plan Check Express. This program provides expedited plan review for eligible small commercial and residential projects. The goal is to have a faster turnaround time to keep these smaller projects moving, and also to keep them from getting snared up in a plan review process with a lot of bigger projects that are more complicated. We have over-the-counter or online appointment options, accept plans virtually. And again, everything about our program as it launched last year is designed for customer convenience and efficiency. And because I haven't been here before, I want to highlight just a couple slides about the Plan Check Express program. TI Tuesday includes projects such as HVAC, basic interior alterations, minor plumbing, minor electrical, signs, field revisions. These are, again, the kind of things if someone comes into the building counter and they go into a queue for 2 to 3 weeks, it delays them, it delays us, it puts stuff in our queue that doesn't need to be there. And these projects are reviewed every Tuesday by appointment by building, fire, planning, and utilities. So this represents a coordinated effort across multiple departments to deliver this same-day service. On Wednesdays every week, we have Residential Wednesday, and this is the Plan Check Express specifically for residential projects. And actually, these span patio covers, pools, patio enclosures, sheds, EV chargers, generators. And then we also we'll take time and make an appointment to go over general code questions, particularly with residential designers who may not be familiar with all of the nuances of the code. And then we have a Plan Check engineer who will meet with them. This program is a little smaller in scope. It only involves building and planning approval. So it's pretty much things inside of a structure and not anywhere near the public right-of-way or affecting utilities. So that action item is complete. That program is up and running, and in a few I'll talk a little bit about some future improvements. Action item number 2 was about launching the city's updated land management system called eTrackIt, and also launching electronic plan check for building permit submittals. This item was completed last year. eTrackIt is up and running. We do not need paper plans anymore for the building permit process. Everything is electronic. This saves our customers a ton of time and money, and helps their bodies, as they used to have to carry these plans in literally by hand. And that Public Works is working on going live with the updated TrackIt platform like really soon, like any day now. So action item 2 is complete. Action item 3 gets a little bit into the weeds of development process, but essentially our customers had concerns with what does it take to have a complete application when you're working with planning? Because after 30 days, you get a letter from the city that says these are all the things that are missing. And the idea was if we clarified our application requirements, more customers could use that as a checklist to determine that they had everything they needed to be complete. Both these items have been completed. We updated all of our checklists and we shared them with customers and got more feedback. And those updated checklists are now available on our website and are being used as customers come in to submit planning entitlement applications. Action item number 4, this is actually a really important one, which is processing timeframes and uniform plan review times. That's a clinical way of saying working across all the departments to establish processing times for every kind of application. So working together, should a building permit application take, for complicated projects, 3 weeks to review initially? Keeping in mind it's reviewed by multiple reviewers in multiple parts of the city, or is it 4 weeks, or is it 2? So the culmination of a lot of work on this is we've published what customers can expect in terms of turnaround times for different types of permits, whether it's an encroachment permit, a building permit, a planning entitlement, et cetera. And those have been shared on our website, and those have been we are holding ourselves accountable to those. And that's definitely an improvement because before we did not have unified processing times for applications. Item number 5 is updating the project review committee process. Again, a little bit of internal stuff, but essentially every new planning project goes through the project review committee. And these are staff from all of our development review departments. If it's in Vacaville Unified, they're there. If it's in Travis Unified, they're there. A Solano Irrigation District is there. The water agency. It's like everybody that's involved in development. And we hold these meetings once a week. And there's a lot of room for improvement for how those meetings are conducted. Highlights are during COVID, it all went virtual. And what we learned is that we lost a lot in not meeting face-to-face to talk through these development applications. So now they're hybrid, and we actually have staff from across town. They can Zoom in, or they can come on down. And our outside folks, like the school district, they typically will stay in their offices, but they're still able to join our meeting and participate as we review, for example, new residential projects. Item number 6 is to implement development permit fees and calculations within the Track-It system. I will say this is complete because we did everything to try to figure out a way to make Track-It do this, and it's not capable of doing this, but we came up with 2 workarounds. We have detailed spreadsheets that people can fill out that allow them to give us the information needed to do an accurate fee calculation for building permit fees, development impact fees, and all the things that represent the cost of development. And the second thing is we built out a fee calculator that if for a set of projects shows you put in some information, it pops out fees. So the goal is to automate where we could, to create a more delineated system for us to assist customers with what's a very complicated matter. And then someday, somewhere, when we get a new land management system, we absolutely will have to demand that this is part of it because it shouldn't be this complicated to calculate fees. But some progress has definitely been made within the confines of what we have. Item number 7 is again internal, but it's like if we have a new land management system, we need to know how we're going to use it. Otherwise, it's not going to be used properly. So this internally, we've developed the administrative procedures. We're providing training, and as Public Works goes online, community and economic development is prepared to help with that because we've built up quite a bit of expertise over the last year of using the new Track-It. Item 8, website updates. As you all know from a couple speakers from previous meetings, we still have a few updated reports on our website, and it's always going to be a work in progress, but we have done a ton of improvement to eliminate outdated reports and to improve clarity of information. I think a lot of that's more notable on our building division pages right now, but again, we continue to chip away at some of the reports and further make updates to the website as we have capacity. Item number 9, improving internal communication between city managers and the city manager and the development review directors. This may seem super obvious, but this is one of the big findings of the Baker-Tilly report is there was not good communication between directors and the city management all in one space. So with our city manager coming on board of June 30th of 2025, one of the first things she did is organize a development strategy meeting. It's once a month, and we all get together and we talk about development topics, and we also meet once a week as an entire management team. So I would say there's a lot more communication, and we can point to a very effective use of these development strategy meetings to solve problems together versus in silos. And the last one was to develop a measurement tool to track customer satisfaction and routinely report results. The public relations team deployed a survey. It's out there now. We are collecting customer feedback at all of our counters. There's a QR code that a person can scan, and it takes them to a simple survey. I've gotten a few back about my staff so far. I'm sure we'll get more as we roll it out. And then we will be able to share those results and also just contact customers and follow up if they've had a positive experience or a negative experience. This is something Baker Tilly really strongly recommended. If you don't have a feedback system that's sort of formalized, you're not really getting the feedback you need when you need it. So with that, actually, before I go to additional improvements, I just want to say over the course of the last year, every action item has been completed. And then I will also say there is still work to be done. So I'm going to talk about some future things. Actually, let's talk about some of the things we did in addition to Baker Tilly. So first of all, our utilities department brought an omnibus ordinance to council that was approved in March. And this updated the council and manager's authority to grant exemptions and modifications of development standards. Again, this may sound like I'm in the weeds, but essentially this gives the council and the manager the opportunity to streamline certain things for public infrastructure projects so they don't get snagged up in our regulatory system. The second item got its second reading tonight. It will go into effect in 30 days, was streamlining our zoning regulations for how we handle general plan amendments so they can be filed year-round, processed still in batches, and we don't have the merit hearing process. This does not eliminate public input. This just streamlines how the council will consider amending our general plan going forward. And then this one's notable, and I think it's a positive sign with economic development now and community development. We did publish our Starting Your Business Guide in Vacaville, and this guide, which is published in print and is online, it really represents a really helpful customer-facing tool if I have a business, things I need to know and think about as I go through permitting. And this was developed by the chamber, substantially kind of brought together by economic development team in coordination and consultation with both building and planning, since those staff members are the ones that typically are on the front-facing part of working with small business owners who are literally, in many cases, embarking on their first business. So we think this guide's going to help, and we do have plans as capacity allows to build out additional, more detailed guides for the kind of businesses that we see a lot of at our counter, small cafes and coffee shops, barber shops, salons, small offices, to really kind of provide some tailored advice, particularly when food is involved, about the things that a company or a business needs to know about. And then we have over the last year issued 12 community and economic development newsletters that encompass a broad range of topics, but many of them have been pretty development community focused. And going forward, we intend to launch a monthly newsletter that will share the same activity data that we do at Planning Commission every month, how many permits, how many inspections, kind of like finger on the pulse type information about development. And then we'll also be able to use that monthly rhythm to share information about other things the department's working on, both on the process improvement side and also just on the general business side. Next steps. There's definitely more room for improvement, so I'm going to highlight a couple things that staff is thinking about as we are getting ready to identify and embark on a second round of process improvements. I also want to acknowledge that we will consult with the development community and members of the public. We're definitely open to additional ideas, but I just want to get something out there for this council to think about. So the first item on this slide is about AI integration. There are some new AI tools and we're actually using some of them currently for solar permitting and for some other low-level, very straightforward permits. We'd like to see what we can do to integrate more of those tools into building and planning to expedite the things that can be expedited, but again, not substitute fledgling technology's judgment for the judgment of professional plan reviewers. So this is something we will be embarking on in the next over the next year or so. We also want to add to our website and have more of a public transparency portal, and this relates to this first phase. We've established performance timeframes for all the permits, and we have some ways, especially within Trackit, to collect data on performance, but we want to be able to publish those on a routine basis and show people the connection between permit volumes, processing timeframes, and staffing levels, so that it's a more fluid, transparent, here's how we're doing, and here's how we're meeting our goals, here's how we aren't. And I think that'll be helpful to both the development community and to staff and to the council by providing more context. I feel like this slide should have been first. On the topic of regulatory and fiscal stability, the fees for service for planning and building services and many other development services have not been updated in more than 20 years. They've gotten like a CPI increase, but that's about it. So we're not collecting the revenue from customers that pays for the staff that we need to help those customers, and that's at the heart of the comprehensive fee for service study, for which an RFP is out right now. There's a desire to look at our design standards. Some of this work's already happening in public works and in other parts of the city, but figuring out what we can do to accommodate emerging housing types and infill development. Applicant education is a big theme. This goes back to the checklist for complete applications. That work's been completed, but we still think there's a need to develop more guidance and clearer templates for our non-professional applicants, which are like the mom and pop type businesses that are coming into City Hall. They don't know what they don't know about permitting, but they know a lot about their business, and we want to develop some more tools to assist these folks in being successful and not getting frustrated. And then leadership alignment is I think my final theme of these, which is continuing to align and develop trust and leadership across all the departments to continue to eliminate these operational silos. This is a work in progress, but it definitely needs to continue. And then as far as community presence goes, community and economic development, part of the economic development piece especially, we try to be very visible in the community, going to ribbon cuttings and events and other community celebrations. The goal is to get more of our development team out there and visible so that they're also seen as someone you could have a chat with while celebrating, for example, Jackson's Medical Supplies 25th anniversary or other things like that. And then Plan Check Express is its own special category. We've had a lot of success with this program. We've had over 100 applications. We've issued over 40 of one kind of permit, and I don't remember the other metric for the other. But what we're finding is a lot of customers are getting snagged up in Plan Check Express. They're coming in with plans that literally cannot be approved. Some of them are coming in with plans that were prepared by ChatGPT, and ChatGPT is amazing, but it does not yet know how to draw plans that communicate consistency with the California building and fire codes. And there's some struggle there. So earlier on I referenced, we really want to work on some more customer tools for non-professional customers to give them more guidance, but ultimately also to continue to direct them, especially when it's a complicated tenant improvement, to really engage the help of licensed professionals who do this for a living, who know about the building and fire code and ADA requirements and can help them navigate that. And then with Plan Check Express, it was a pilot this year, so we haven't promoted it a lot. I've met with all the top brokers in the community. I've given them a slideshow. It's a small group, showed them some example projects, got the word out that way. But we want to promote the program, especially as we retool it a little bit to make it easier for customers to succeed and get through it as expected. And then next steps will be some more. So in the fall, we plan on doing some more development community outreach as our power customers. Those power meeting, they're here all the time. They do work with us all the time. Their feedback is helpful because, again, they're doing projects with us all the time. We'll also be outreaching to some of our smallest business customers, the ones that got through Plan Check Express, and other customers that are regulars at our counter that we can tap into to get a feel for are there other areas of where business is getting snagged that if only we could change it, we can make it easier for these small businesses to succeed as well as our larger developers to succeed. The council's new strategic plan includes process improvements phase 2. So all of this that I've described is very much aligned with the adopted strategic plan. And then really my next step is to work with my colleagues in other departments and with the community input to develop the next action plan and bring it back to council for direction to implement. So that will be coming soon. And at this point, I've concluded my presentation. The recommendation is the council accept the report and provide direction to staff to prepare a second phase of the initiative. I'm very happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I know that there's been a lot of progress over the last year. I've received a lot of compliments within the public, so sometimes you're always wondering, are you on target? And it's usually when people begin to share these positive stories. And I think the public being able to access weekly, consistent ways to streamline their desire for a small application. We'll work through all the giving them templates, but I also think these design standards are important, right? Because we know that there's things that change, but it's important, and I said this a year ago, or when you last presented what their initial findings were, is helping those who are in the industry know when things have changed so that it's that unmet expectation. And so a lot of good compliments that's coming from this. So I appreciate where this is heading. So I see several lights, so let me get them in the right order. Councilmember Freeman.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Action item 9A, action item 9, it says that in mid-2025, the city manager convened a monthly development strategy meeting with development review leadership staff to ensure cross-departmental communication. The city manager also established weekly meetings of the senior leadership team, which provides more regular opportunities for formal and informal collaboration. And then on the next, it's cross-departmental trust, continuing to align leadership across community and economic development, public works, utilities, parks, and fire to eliminate operational silos. So I just wondering, how do you feel, Ms. Morris, that's going with this cross-departmental? Because I'm actually hearing things in the community and seeing things that are happening and progressing and getting positive feedback. And my hope is that we have a open for business sign, and when people come out of City Hall that are trying to do a project, that this is a welcoming, because California is it feels so anti-business, so anti-anything that has to do with getting a permit so my question is how do you feel like it's going? Because I'm hearing good things.
Thank you, Councilmember Freemount. I appreciate that you're hearing good things. What I will say in this recorded setting here is that there's been a lot of change in department leadership with naturally retirements, which actually happens at every city. And I can get pretty nerdy about team formation theories, but I would say our team is really coming together, and it really helps that we're not meeting just twice a month. We're meeting once a week as a whole team. We're meeting monthly on development topics. I also think that it's been helpful that development topics includes our housing director. It includes our city attorney's office, because even though Ms. Colden is very busy with lots of other housing things, for example, she's not, as a housing director, totally in the development review process. What happens with housing totally affects her department. So it's that broad thinking and that broad inclusion that I think is really helpful.
Yeah, my hat is off to everyone. Thanks for everybody trying to work to make it better. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Silva.
So 2 questions regarding the Check Express. I'm just curious to know, are there any control mechanisms in place to help follow up that things aren't things that aren't completed during that time? Is there any type of mechanism to follow up to make sure that folks aren't losing the cracks? I'm just hearing anecdotal situations where that may be the case.
Yes, we have, the way the system works is the customer signs up for the appointment and they put their plans into the system several days ahead of the appointment. So my building staff, I've got 2 of them that do this, they're pre-reviewing the plans and looking for anything that's missing or needs more information. And oftentimes we're contacting the customer ahead of the appointment to let them know that there's some information that's missing to try to get it into shape. If it can't be issued at the appointment, the customer's given clear direction on what's missing to the extent we can. Like in many cases it really is, this is not addressed or this is not addressed. If you do these things, then it can be issued. But yeah, we follow up because really my goal with the building division has been that we're going to be able to, working with our colleagues, report success with this program. So my team has spent a lot of time, sometimes lots of time after the appointment, helping button up the plan so we can actually issue the permit.
And then thank you. And the other question is surrounding just the clarity. So just can you please elaborate a little bit more on when people apply? One of the largest concerns I hear is just sometimes mixed information of what they get when they return, as far as what is exactly needed and the cost and timeline associated with that.
I think some of the concerns you're describing may not be directly related to Plan Check Express, because we have a lot of customers that have that struggle. They submit their building permit plans, and this is maybe a typical one where it's a 3-week turnaround. They get comprehensive review. They get a written letter that tells them all the things that need to be corrected on the plans. And many times these people are not design professionals. So they have a long letter that says all these things need to be corrected, but they may not really understand the things, because these are all terms of art, like about egress and ingress and exiting. And I'm just using some of the examples. I don't actually speak building that fluently either. I guess the thing that happens a lot of the time is they then, because they don't engage with a professional or they feel unclear, they submit something that does not respond to those written comments. And so at a certain point, it's not productive for them and it's not productive for us to go back and forth. So once we've gone to 2 plan reviews, and we've usually been meeting with the customer and chatting with them at the counter and trying to help them, we actually schedule a formal meeting because we want that 3rd submittal to be the 3rd and final submittal. That's a newer thing, but it has been trying to help reduce those 3rd and 4th submittals.
Okay, and then along those lines, I've noticed the city's manager has been promoting the last couple of times I met with her on methods that people can provide feedback at the station. So it's highly encourage everybody to engage in providing feedback and not just complaints. So
We like all kinds of feedback. Thank you for that.
Councilmember Wiley.
Thank you very much for this information, and it's kind of like we were saying before, it's nice to have follow-up. So these things have come up, and so then for you to detail them and say, this is complete, and this is how we're doing that. So that's very good. And I see a lot of things complete. At the same time, I think you're working with staffing issues. So do you want to just say briefly, because you didn't mention staffing, but are you down a couple people now, or?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Wiley. I have 2 planners where I'm supposed to have 5 full-time planners. So we are very thin, and we also are down 1 full-time building inspector. So that means I have 2 full-time and building inspectors doing over 1,400 inspections every month. So it's really thin right now in my department. Other departments have their own staffing challenges at different times. We're really focused on, and with the limited staffing we have, trying to have success with Plan Check Express and trying to keep up with the increasing volume of building inspections, and also trying to keep up with regular plan review. And I'll just share, it's a total balancing act. If I get down to 1 building inspector, I have to pull one from the plan review team, because I have one that can do both plan review and building inspection, and then plan review will back up. So we are actively recruiting. We have interviews scheduled for building inspectors. We're getting ready to hire some planners, but it's really, really lean right now in my department.
All right, and then, so are we still using like 4-leaf for that other company? Do we have some people that come in on a paid basis for like substitute teachers?
I wish maybe they were like substitute teachers. And we do have professional companies that come back us up. The challenge is that when we hire a company to do particularly plan review, that's why we don't have any reserves left after 3 years of a lot of activity and very low permit fees. So at this point, I cannot afford to have a lot of outside plan check or inspection, but we do have limited contracts. And so right now we try to source from inside the department, or we see if delaying something is not going to cause a tremendous delay. And then as more of a last resort, we go to not 4-leaf, but some other contractors, and they pop in and will help us on like a daily basis or a project basis.
And the whole thing about streamlining things, and you said the first meeting, the second meeting, that's the frustration I've heard from some people trying to get things done. They get a letter, do these 10 things, and then they finish those 10 things, and then it's like, oh, well, here's 5 more. So anything that we can do to see everything at the same time would make the owners a lot happier and would make the process go quicker.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Councilmember Chapman.
Thank you. Good report. Aren't you thankful for technology? Yes, it has improved efficiency. And with you being down the number of staff that you are, I'm sure it's helping at this moment. One thing I wanted to ask, on one of your slides, you made mention of fees, starting to charge fees. But then you also made mention of a RFP or RFQ, RFP probably. So what's the intent of that proposal? I mean, how would they go about?
Yeah, thank you for that question. The RFP is to hire someone to do a comprehensive fee-for-service study. So they essentially, a company looks at and actually meets with and works with all the staff or departments that touch development review. How much time does it take different staff members to complete a typical planning entitlement or different types of planning entitlements or different types of building permits? And the goal is to align the amount of effort and essentially cost to the city of reviewing that project with the fee that's charged. And so cities structure their development fees different ways. These are the fees for service, not the development impact fees. Some cities do a flat deposit that then staff bill against and draw down that way. Most cities establish standard fees for standard processes, like a general plan amendment has a fee that's intended to encompass all of the city's costs for processing that, including the community meetings, including the mailing, including the desk review time, including phone calls from the public, meeting with the developer. So the nice thing is we'll have various consultants proposing how they'll go about this to help the city achieve full cost recovery. And then they will do this deep dive into our processes and will ultimately help us establish fees that align with the effort it takes to do this work.
Outstanding. Thank you.
I will now open it up to the public for any comments. Seeing none, any online? All right, I'll bring it back. This is a non-action item. I think your next steps, though, other than the presentation, is you'll continue to move forward with this, and at some point in the future, bring back any progress and process update. Wish you the best in the hiring, because it's hard when you're down that many. Because the moment you're really down, that's when things stack up. People start to get a little uncomfortable with their projects. So thank you very much. And we'll go ahead and move on to item 12B.
Item 12B is consideration of a resolution adopting a Vacaville Sales Tax Citizens Oversight Committee governance and operating guidelines, and Assistant City Manager Megan Smith is here to make the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. We will go ahead and jump right in. So starting with a quick background, Measure M is a 3/4 cents transaction and use tax, also known as a sales tax, that was approved by voters in November 2016. An oversight committee was not included in the ballot language or ordinance, and hence has not had an oversight committee to date. On June 23rd, 2026, City Council placed a proposed 1 cent or 1% sales tax named Measure V on the November 3rd ballot and directed staff to prepare guidelines for establishing a Citizens Oversight Committee, which is included in the ballot language and ordinance. Tonight, I am presenting the proposed governance and operating guidelines for the Oversight Committee, along with the application process. So why establish an oversight committee? The oversight committee is designed to address 3 main areas: transparency, accountability, and clear governance. Having an oversight committee creates a public forum to review sales tax revenues and how those funds have been spent. It will also provide public reporting opportunities and a clear path to identify any concerns. Also, having clear governance defines the committee's scope while also preserving the council's budget and policy authority. So what will the committee oversee? As we've been connecting with the community through the educational effort on Measure V, we've heard a collective request for more transparency on how Measure M funds have been spent. So the Oversight Committee will start with reviewing Measure M expenditures and financial reports beginning in January 2027. If Measure V is approved by voters in November, the Oversight Committee would automatically extend to those revenues and expenditures as well. The committee would be comprised of 5 members who must be residents of the City of Vacaville. That is really the key eligibility to be a member of the committee. While not a firm requirement, desired qualifications of committee members includes experience with business and community issues, municipal or government operations, or municipal finance, budgeting, or accounting. The terms of committee members will be 4-year staggered terms so that no more than half of the seats turn over in any 1 year. To achieve that initial staggered terms, 2 committee members would start with 2-year terms and 3 will serve 4-year terms. Vacancies will be filled through the process established by the council adopted commission appointment policy, and committee members can be removed by a majority vote of the city council for cause including malfeasance, violation of applicable conflict of interest or ethic laws, unexcused absences, or other conduct materially inconsistent with the committee's duties. The committee will have a chair and vice chair. They'll each have 1-year terms, no term limits, and the committee shall select those annually from among its members. The committee's roles and responsibilities fall into 3 main categories. Starting with financial review, the committee will review annual reports regarding revenues generated by the measure or measures and how those funds were spent, and review the annual independent audit as well. There's also public reporting. The committee will issue an annual report to City Council summarizing revenues, expenditures, and major projects or services. And last but not least is public engagement. The committee's meetings will be open to the public with opportunities for public comment and questions. And meeting agendas and minutes will be available on the city's website. The committee's authority is limited to the local sales tax measures and their revenues, use of funds, and associated reporting. The committee will not review or oversee the general fund budget as a whole and does not have any authority to approve, reject, or direct city expenditures. The guidelines also include the list that you see on the screen of other things that the committee does not do. I won't read them all. So following the council adopted commission appointment policy, the oversight committee appointments list with council approval tonight would be posted for 30 days beginning September 1st. The city clerk would compile the applicant list and provide application packets to the mayor, the applicant review committee, and all council members. And for reference, we do have there was an applicant review committee established earlier this year for the commissions, and so we would assume that that committee would stand for this as well. Applications will be reviewed and applicants will be interviewed by the applicant review committee, who will then provide the mayor with a ranked list of applicants. The mayor will appoint the Citizens Oversight Committee members in October, subject to ratification by a majority of the council members present at that public meeting. And the first Citizens Oversight Committee meeting would be held in January and then quarterly thereafter. So the recommendation tonight is to adopt the Vacaville Sales Tax Citizens Oversight Committee Governance and Operating Guidelines. That's a mouthful, and I am happy to answer any questions and take any comments.
Well, thank you. I think one of the things that if there ever was an oversight, it was not putting this in place back with Measure M. So I think that we're finally doing the right thing. Councilmember Chapman.
Thank you. Earlier, while you were reporting, you had stated that they were reviewed annually, but at the end you said possibly quarterly.
Well, the committee would meet quarterly. There are annual independent audits, so they would be reviewing those types of reports as part of their process. We would also imagine that the committee would kind of go out into the community and see the projects or services that have been taking place through those tax measure funds.
But they wouldn't make a report until after one
There would be an
year.
annual report. Depending on how this first cycle goes, it might not be in January, it could be a different time, but I believe, one second, I have the answer for you. I believe based on the audit, when we have our financial audit, the first meeting, I believe, would take place no later than April 30th of each year for the preceding fiscal year. So it might take us a while to get to that point with the first one for Measure B, but we would have that in place for Measure M.
Okay.
Open to suggestions.
Yes.
Councilmember
I don't
Weil.
have one right now, but I'm thinking on it.
And I just want to say that this would be consistent with other commissions as well. So while we have an oversight committee, the meetings will be public, and any member of the public who wanted to attend is welcome to attend.
Absolutely.
All right,
yep.
Thank you.
All right, I will open up to the public for any comment. Any member online? We'll go ahead and recognize online.
Great. Hi, I have a couple questions. So I was wondering, what is the scope of the annual audit? And the reason why I ask is the sales tax is a general tax, so it can be spent on, many things, right? There's very few restrictions. And so what would be the, in terms of if there's an audit, what opinion are you seeking? So like, for example, compared to the audit of the city's financial statements, so the audit to ensure there isn't any material misstatement in the audit. So, in addition, what's the scope? I mean, are you imagining that this is going to be sort of an accounting of how the proceeds were spent? And yeah, I'm just kind of confused. What level of detail is going to be provided to the public, and what is the auditor attesting to? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Anyone else? All right. I'm going to go ahead and bring it back to the council. And if you can answer any of those questions, one of the things that I would...
I never went out.
No, okay, sorry. That I would also ask is, she mentions audit, but this is an oversight committee. The city goes through a lot of fiscal audits and through our finance department. This has to do with the council's direction on how funds are supposed to be designated and how that's being used. And I'm sure some of this will come out of it, but to our city manager.
Yes, so the way the guidelines and operating guidelines and governance is written, the oversight committee would meet on a quarterly basis where our finance department will provide them the status update on our sales tax, our property tax, our revenues, and then they can ask questions. We can also take them for tours where their tax dollars are being spent. And towards the end, when they do the annual reporting, that is based on what the council direction was to the staff, what was adopted with the budget, what was assigned to, for example, Measure M or Measure V if it passes, and then the committee basically cross-checks and says, Measure M said the funds will be spent on public safety, parks, 4 things, and then during the budget process, council assigns, and our finance department puts together a list of things that are assigned to Measure M. So the committee's oversight would be that we're actually spending how council approved us to spend it. So it kind of addresses communities' concern. We hear a lot of social media chatter. The city should do financial audits. City is doing through a fraud. So there's no fraud happening, but this kind of reaffirms that. And then the financial auditing part, we have regulatory requirements where we're required by state to have a third party do the financial audit. So we're going to continue to do that. Oversight committee is more than invited to review those audits, but they don't have a say in reporting those because those have to be done based on our regulatory requirements.
And those come back to the council.
It will always come back to the council.
All right, thank you very much. And with that, this would be an opportunity without any other lights for a motion. We have a motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a second. Councilmember Stockton, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Thank you very much, and I think this will be helpful for the city, regardless of whatever happens in November. So we'll move on to item 12C.
Yes, this Housing and Community Services Director Tamara Colden will be giving an informational update on Malquias Montoya Community Center at De Colores Park.
Sorry, let me get set up here so I can see you guys. All right. All right. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Tonight's item is to provide Council with a comprehensive informational update on the Malquias Montoya Community Center at De Colores Park project. The project has been underway for several years and has gone through a number of significant milestones. And given the number of funding and project actions that have occurred, I will provide Council with a picture of how we've arrived at the project as how it exists today, where the project currently stands and what the remaining steps are before construction. And then we'll also review the current funding structure and ongoing costs associated with operating the completed project and the financial implications if any funding previously committed to the project were to be reallocated. But there is no action requested from the council tonight. The project is located on approximately 4.1 acres of city-owned property at the corner of Brown Street and East Monte Vista Avenue within the Markham-Callan CDBG target area. This site has been part of the city's broader neighborhood revitalization strategy for more than 20 years. And over that time, several development concepts were considered, including a multi-service campus and affordable housing, before the project ultimately evolved into the current community center and park concept. Oops, my bad. Oh goodness, you'd think I've done this before. Here we go. So it's important to clarify that the project before us is not just a park project. A central component of the investment is the Malaquias Montoya Community Center, which is intended to provide flexible community space, an incubator kitchen, rental opportunities, and programming that supports neighborhood residents. And then the De Colores Park remains an important part of the overall project and reflects the amenities identified through the community planning process. And that distinction is a little bit important for later on as we talk about possible phasing opportunities that we are exploring with the state. So in 2020, the city prepared the Brown Markham Neighborhood Public Recreation Improvement Plan as both a neighborhood planning effort and a way to position the city to pursue state parks funding. And community engagement was a central part of that process. Nearly 65 residents, community organizations, and other stakeholders participated through 6 public meetings, various surveys, and additional outreach activities. And the purpose of that engagement was to not just simply present like a project that the city was going to build, but actually get community feedback on what type of spaces and amenities were needed in the project. The feedback included requests for open play areas, playgrounds, gathering spaces, public art, water play features, and importantly, a community center that could support neighborhood programming and activities. And based on those community-supported priorities, the council authorized submission of an application to the statewide Park Development and Community Revitalization Program. And in December of 2021, the city was awarded $6.7 million to construct the project, and the grant agreement was subsequently executed in March of 2023, establishing the state's participation in the project and setting forth the original December 2027 completion deadline. Following the state grant award, staff continued doing the work necessary to move the project from a conceptual plan towards construction. So that included environmental review, design and engineering, updated cost estimating, entitlement, and preparation of construction documents. As the project advanced and the design became more detailed, staff was also able to develop a more refined construction cost estimates. And at the same time, the construction market had changed substantially from when the state parks application and preliminary project budget were prepared. So during the 2022 and 2023 as we're all aware, the industry experienced unusually high construction inflation associated with post-COVID supply chain disruptions, increased material and equipment costs, labor shortages, increased labor costs, and just overall broader inflationary pressures. And so the combination of a more developed project design and significantly higher ongoing market pricing resulted in an updated project cost that exceeded the original funding assumptions. So staff responded by first initiating value engineering steps to identify reasonable cost reductions while trying to preserve the community-supported project, and by developing a comprehensive funding strategy using multiple funding sources as opposed to what was initially imagined, which was just the state parks grant. In April of 2024, Council received a detailed informational update on the project, including the revised construction cost estimates and impacts of escalation and the proposed funding strategy. And then in July of 2024, that was when Council approved the additional 6.7 and change of the available $8 million in Measure M funding to this project as part of a broader consideration of Measure M priorities. And that action established the local funding commitment needed to continue advancing the project and to preserve the state grant investment. And in October of 2024, the Parks and Recreation Commission approved the updated Brown Street Park Master Plan. And then the last major step was completed in 2025 when Council approved the consolidated plan and the application for the Section 108 financing for the project. And following completion of a required public process, Council approved submission of the loan application, and that happened in July of 2025. The project has advanced substantially since Council approval approving the Measure M funding and Section 108 application. Starting in 2024, the project or that happened starting in 2024. So as of right now, the project is fully designed, and the entitlement and construction document work necessary to move the bidding process forward has been completed. Staff has also assembled overall project financing strategy using a combination of state, federal, and local resources, which I'll walk through on the next slide. And the current plan is for the project to go out for construction bids later on this year, as Public Works has advised that going out later will provide an opportunity for more competitive contractor pricing. And then following receipts of bids, staff anticipates returning to council in early 2027 with the bid results and a recommendation for the construction contract award. And then subject to that approval, construction is anticipated to begin in spring of 2027. So the project is funded through a combination of state, local, and federal sources. The two largest components are the 6.7 in state park grant funding, as well as the over 6.7 million in Measure M allocation that was approved by council. And then those sources are supplemented by the $2.6 million in Section 108 financing, nearly $886,000 in available downtown RDA bond proceeds, another approximate $878,000 in CDBG funds that have already been expended through last fiscal year, another $300,000+ in successor agency funds that have also already been expended, and then approximately $200,000 in future planned CDBG annual funding. The CDBG funding was approved in various previous annual action plans, as well as part of the consolidated plan that was approved in 2025. And together, these resources total approximately $18.44 million in the cost of construction of the community center and park. These funding sources are developed as one coordinated funding strategy based on completion of the project as it's currently designed. And so one update from the publication of the staff report, on August 21st, staff received the federal funding agreement from HUD, finalizing the Section 108 loan. So all the funding sources have now been secured. I know that has been something that has been delaying the going out to bid for the project, is ensuring that we had that Section 108 loan funding secured before going out to bid. And so that was received on Friday, this Friday. In addition to the one-time capital funding, the project will have several ongoing financial considerations once it is completed. The first is repayment of the Section 108 financing. So based on the current financing assumptions, annual debt service is estimated to be approximately $203,000 over the next 20 years. Those payments are planned to come from future CDBG entitlement allocations and not general fund. And again, that is all part of what was included in the application and the consolidated plan. That does mean that that CDBG funding would be committed to debt service and would not be available for other projects during the repayment period. The second ongoing cost is park maintenance. So based on current Public Works estimates and the fact that the park piece itself is approximately 2.7 acres, the annual maintenance is estimated to range roughly between $66,000 and $82,000 annually. The actual amount will depend on the final amenities constructed and the level of maintenance required. So given the current design and including interactive water features, costs could fall towards the higher side of the range, but that is ongoing estimates for park maintenance. And then the third component is the Malachias Montoya Community Center. The current operating concept provided by Parks and Rec is to use the facility primarily as an incubator kitchen and rentable community space with a third-party contractor managing the rentals and related operations. So the goal is that the facility will operate on a cost recovery basis with approximately $125,000 in annual revenue, offsetting the $125,000 in annual expenses. So it's anticipated that operating the community center would be a net zero impact to the city funds. Again, at the time that this report was written, or the staff report was written and published, the city had not received the federal agreement for the Section 108 loan application. But that we have received those final loan documents as of Friday. Because the staff was working on approaches to move the project forward, giving the extended delay in the Section 108 decision. We had discussions of a potential phased approach with the state park staff. The initial discussions included development of the Malaquias Montoya Community Center and associated landscaping as part of Phase 1A, we were calling it, and then installation of the De Colores Park amenities as the second part of Phase 1 or Phase 1B. So those discussions were had with our state parks representative. We have not received an update on how the state would look at moving forward with that application, as what was applied to for the full $6.7 million with the state did include both parts. However, the state does understand the challenges that not just our city but many cities are facing since those awards. So we're still waiting to hear back on whether that would be a possibility to even phase further the project. Now that the Section 108 documents have been received and are moving forward with execution, we fully intend, again, on proceeding with advertising the full project for construction bids later on this year. We'll still wait on the state's response on what a phased approach would look like, or whether or not that would be amenable to the state, as it could give the city some flexibility if anything changes during the procurement process or if bid pricing requires us to still consider phasing the project. So the next major milestone, as I've said before, we'll be advertising the project for bid later this year. Once bids are received, staff anticipates returning to council in early 2027 with the actual construction pricing and recommendation for contract award. And then at that time, council will have a much clearer picture of the final project costs, available funding, and whether we will have to move forward with a phased approach. And then subject to council's approval, we're anticipating construction to begin in spring of 2027. The $6.7 million in Measure M allocation is not supplemental funding at this point. It is a necessary component of the overall project financing plan. If that funding were no longer available to the project could not proceed not only in the full scope, but we wouldn't even be able to proceed with Phase 1A of the community center and the landscaping associated with that. In discussions with the park, our state parks representative, it is very much preferred that if the project has to be phased, the community center was the enticing part of the city's application, and that is what the state would, if we could move forward in phasing it, that is what they'd like to see, is definitely a community center and the associated benefits of the community center to the neighborhood move forward first. So even under a phased approach, the Measure M funding would be a significant portion of that project. As shown on this slide, if the project did not move forward, there would be approximately $2.05 million in direct fiscal exposure associated with funds already expended, or costs that would need to be repaid or replaced with an alternative funding source. In addition, the city would forego approximately $9.3 million in state and federal funding associated with the state parks grant and the Section 108 financing. Those two funding sources are specifically for this project, so there would not be like an opportunity to like reallocate that funding to another project. And over the life of the project, this while it's not a budget line item, there are staff time and hours that have already, and a cost associated to those that have already been dedicated to this project. Staff have invested what we could come up with and document 942 staff hours, but I'm sure it's well over that. representing a little over $71,000 in staff resources. And that work has included the community outreach, grant preparation and administration, environmental review, project design coordination, value engineering, entitlement processing, CDBG planning and preparation and admin of the Section 108 application, legal reviews, coordination with HUD, state parks grant, and ongoing interdepartmental coordination. And so those resources have already been expended towards the project to get it to its current construction-ready stage. Based on the information currently available, staff anticipates that the Section 108 fund should be available within approximately 45 to 60 days after document execution. And again, staff is ready to move forward to fully advertise the project later on this year. And as I mentioned several times during this presentation, with the bid decision coming back to council in early 2027 and construction anticipated to begin in spring of 2027. So again, tonight's item is intended to provide council with a comprehensive informational update on the project, but however, there's no action that staff is requesting of council tonight. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions or take any comments on the update.
Yeah, thank you for that. It's also good to, we've been waiting on that Section 108 grant, or actually loan, I should say. That's. Could you go back to that slide real quick? I think starting on page 9. Just for clarification for this discussion. When you say Section 108 debt service, the 200,000 or so over 20 years, over 2 million, you say not anticipated to be a general fund expense. What do you, I mean, is it possible that it is a general fund expense?
So the way that we have committed to repaying this loan is through future CDBG allocations. So moving forward each year over the next 20 years, that will be an automatic line item in the annual, how we bring the annual action plan with the budget each year for CDBG. That will just be an automatic line item moving forward. And then any remaining from our annual allocation will go towards our normal public service funding, and then any projects or improvements, ADA-related improvements that might be needed during that program year. Any remaining funding will go towards that.
And from that funding source, if you will, in CDBG, what percentage of that has been our current annual allotment, maybe in the last year? So just that way, you're not trying to go back too many years. I mean, what percentage are we committing to CDBG?
So our annual allocation changes just depending on HUD's calculation. Typically, we say we get anywhere between 500 and 550,000 annually to spend towards our CDBG eligible activities. So it can account for, a little bit less than between 40 and 45% of our annual allocation.
And typically for the audience understanding, what do we typically use that CDBG money for? So if we're committing it to a park and a center, we're taking away that commitment to its ability to be used elsewhere.
Yeah, so typically we reserve 20% towards program administration. 15% is our max that we can dedicate towards public service. And what we have done historically is we funded youth services. That is what comes out as a priority, not just each year, but during our consolidated planning process and outreach to the community and feedback, as youth services is usually our top priority. And so with our public service dollars, those are committed to assist the Neighborhood Boys and Girls Club with their programs, as well as a small amount is reserved for 11 kids for their youth programs. Then after that, usually the remaining, what we call 65% of the allocation, is really just earmarked for whatever eligible projects are identified during that year. So sometimes we use it for ADA improvements for sidewalks in eligible CDBG areas. The park is in the Markham-Callan CDBG target area, so that's an eligible use of the funds. But mostly we use it for some type of public improvement, and usually historically we've used it towards ADA improvements. So any difference between what will now be earmarked for the debt service and what's available between that and the 65% that we usually use towards improvements, that will still be available to use towards any improvements that we identify for that year.
Okay. And with that, what it essentially means is we're committing to this, which means there's the potential for other impacts, and we're no longer able to use funds because those funds would have been committed to this.
Yes, so the amount that's obligated for the debt service would not be available towards any other projects.
And just a final question on that, on this page is, the reason why it says not anticipated is because we can never guarantee what CDBG money we're going to get. Is that why?
I don't want to, that is correct.
The reason why
it could be that if there is a change in how, if there's a change at the federal level of, how the program overall is funded, that could impact how much is available.
So that loan, if for some reason we lost ability to have money through this program, the loan still exists, we would just have to find a different funding source.
That's correct. So part of the Section 108 application does require the city to identify collateral that could be used in the event of something like that were to happen. So what is identified as collateral is the park itself. So there might be so that is what is identified as collateral should the city not be able to use future allocations of the CDBG allocation towards the debt payment.
So that would be the collateral, but if we were making the annual payment, we would have to come up with the actual the funds. You don't parcel off the park. It would probably come from the general fund.
At that time, the city would have to identify a funding source. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Could you go on to slide 12 then? Thank you for that answer. And with this goes to the different phases. When you say phase 1A, we don't really have an answer for it, but actually maybe it was slide 13. The direct fiscal exposure was approximately 2.05 million. And with that, could you just clarify what it means to, in other words, if there was any potential future decision made prior to this going out to bid, it helps us to know the consequences. Yeah, there's a lot of money that's been expended, and that there's funds that would not be recouped based upon a financial decision one way or another. The staff hours, that's absorbed, but looking at this, the 9.36 million or so, that's the grant and the loan. No matter what, if we accept this, we're on the hook for the loan. The grant is free and clear.
Correct.
As long as we build and we complete the requirements set forth by the state grant.
Correct. So to date, there have been no expenditures charged to the grant until we moved forward with starting to construct the project. So right now there's a little over $2 million in expenditures that if we did that would be eligible under the, there are a little over $2 million in expenditures. Some have already been invested. So there's about a little over $500,000, $550,000 that has already been invested. But the $600,000 in the state park grants related cost and the over $875 in CDBG funds, those would have to be repaid using some other source.
Okay, so I think that gets to a clear answer for me. Sometimes we absorb staff hours part of doing business. What we're effectively out of, if for some reason this council in the future went in a different direction, just from a fiscal perspective, we're probably out hard numbers around 550,000. Is that what you just said?
No, so the successor housing agency funds and downtown bond funds would have to still be repaid. So we would have to repay those as well. They've just already been expended. I'm sorry, I'm not accurately saying that, sorry. All of these funds in the direct fiscal exposure have already been expended and would need to be repaid by some other funding source. So the little over 2 million would need to be repaid through some other means.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that was clear, that I had it.
Sorry, and I made it more confusing.
No, you're fine. So a lot of numbers, a lot of details. Sometimes when you're making decisions, it gets difficult. So thank you very much. Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. The CDBG funds that are being committed to the project, could those be used to bridge the gap on projects like Victory Gardens or some of the temporary supportive housing options with wraparound services that we've discussed as a council?
So for construction projects, as of right now, CDBG funds cannot be used for that. With the supportive services, my first response, and I'd have to confirm, is that those would be considered public service dollars, and we are capped with public service dollars at 15% of the overall grant, and that is currently committed to Boys and Girls Club in Levin. So the remaining 65% would not be able to be used towards any other public service type activities. Okay. That's why historically we've used them for like ADA-related public improvements, street improvements, things like that.
Okay. Did you get any indication of what the timeline was for the phased construction that was discussed with the state?
Well, I was hoping to have an answer by this week, but I have not received an answer back from the state on whether or not this second phased approach would be acceptable and how to move forward with requesting that from the state. I've not received feedback yet for that.
When was the last time that we got the cost of, or estimated cost of what this community center is supposed to come back at? As far as for what it's going to cost, because I know that this project initially went out for $6.7 million. Now we're at over $18 million. I'm just wondering, has it gone up since we've last discussed this, or do we have any indication whether or not it has?
I would have to rely on my Public Works Director, Brian Oxley, to see if he has that information.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have the exact details of that, but with typically the engineers or project engineers estimate is updated every 35, 65, 95, and 100%. So I can't guarantee that it happened, but I would assume that that just happened within this last final submittal, which was just a couple of months ago.
Okay, so this could be over the 18 million that we currently think it's going to be?
No, that would not be.
No?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Point of clarification, it was stated that the original cost was 6.7 million.
Correct.
I believe that's actually not correct. Can someone please verify that?
So in 2020, when these cost projections were put together, that was intended to be the cost for the community center in Park.
I believe the statement was a little over 9 million.
No, 6.7.
No,
Was the initial?
I believe it was around, the state awarded 6.7 million. When it came to council, the number was around 9 million. All right, so I guess we've got to clarify. I could be completely wrong. Thank you.
Councilmember Stockton, you still have the floor.
Sorry. That's it for now.
Okay.
Wait until I hear from the public.
Councilmember Freeman.
So I'm looking at staff's goals for the facility to operate on a cost recovery basis with approximately $125,000 in annual operating revenue and $125,000 in annual operating expenses, which breaks down to about $4,000 a week based on my math. I might be off on that a little bit. But so it says ongoing park maintenance costs are estimated to range from approximately $66,000 to $82,000 annually, which to me just seems like a really no number. Am I missing something here? Is electric included in that? Is insurance included in there? Is public works? As Councilman Silva just said, you know, we've been out to the new park that just got remodeled quite a bit the last few days. So, I mean, those kinds of expenses. And so it just seems to me that I was thinking if I had to maintain that park, would I do it for $82,000 a year? I'm just with my own lawnmowers and weed eaters and paying the electric bills and everything else. So I'm just wondering, is that really a realistic number, do you guys think? I mean, what's it going to cost the entire city for the entire encapsulation of all that needs to go on there?
I don't have those exact cost estimates, but I don't believe that they included electrical or water on those. That was just city maintenance costs of the park.
Yeah, but insurance, just operating expenses, just all of it. It just, I mean, because I was guessing originally, I put my own math to it. I was thinking, and I could be way wrong, but I mean, do we have an idea what the George Duke? I know it's not apples to oranges, or it's apples to oranges, but do we have any idea, like, what does the George Duke Center run us annually? Do we know for maintenance costs on that?
I don't.
No, okay, all right. Yeah, I was just curious.
Can I clarify, the 82 annually is for the park, so maintenance of the park, and then for the community center itself, that's where the 125,000 in revenue is anticipated to offset the 125,000 in expenditures. So those are two separate estimates for ongoing cost.
And the expenditures for the 125,000 yearly, is that basically for just running the entire program, scheduling, cleaning, all those types of things?
I am sure the Parks and Rec Director will correct me if I'm wrong, but I am anticipating that, yes, that's including those costs, general costs to run the center.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and council members. We're all getting a chance to come up here. So for the cost estimate for the operation of the facility, this is what was anticipated, that this would be a cost-neutral facility. So the 125,000 is a rough estimate on what that would look like. We are looking at having this do an RFP and having an operator come in and run this facility. So we estimate rental income. It'll have an economic incubator as far as a commercial kitchen, which will have a lot of benefits to the community. It'll be a neighborhood resource center. But we do not have a business plan that is set up for this community center with, a lot of different line items and exact costs for utilities and that kind of thing. So it is an estimate.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking at I always get tongue twisted with CDBG, but so our $2,661,845 that we're going to basically, we're going to take a loan on it, and they're going to use the park for collateral on that, so I'm good with that. And then we're going to pay that back over 20 years, $203,000, so that's $4.8 million. So it's going to cost us about $2.2 million in interest. Does that sound about right?
I did not do the math on it, but that sounds about right based on your numbers you're running down.
Okay. So then I guess the other big question I have is the youth services impact in other parts of our city. If we're allowed to use 20% for our expenses, and then we're going to, basically there's going to be 65% left, less the $203,000 that we do annually. So, and I think you said it was about $500,000 a year. Does that sound right? So that leaves us $300,000. Take staff out of the $500,000 is $50,000. So that leaves us $250,000. So that 65% is going to be of the 250,000 roughly that's left. Well, we're doing TED math here, so sorry.
Yeah, so that 65% does not include public services. So that 65% is what's left after public services is accounted for and planning and admin is accounted for. So annually, we reserve between $70,000 and $75,000 towards public services. $5,000 of that goes to 11 kids, and then the remaining goes to Boys and Girls Club. Okay. So the 65% that we generally know will be left over towards projects, that does not encompass the public service dollars.
Okay, and then the subtotal lost external funds is $9,361,000. So out of that, the Section 108, $2,661,000 loan that we're applying for federally that we're going to get would go back into, it would go back into our available budget.
No, that we would not take that loan and that would go away.
Oh.
Yeah, because that application and loan is specifically for this project. So if we did not move forward with that project, then we would not accept that loan or those funds.
Right, but we don't have to pay it back.
Well, correct, yeah, because we wouldn't take the loan.
Right. Okay, that's all I have.
I'm just going to add to that real quick, since you were on the subject. Was there any consideration for staffing, overhead, utilities? Because you just brought something up I hadn't considered. I mean, when I look at the facility, I know what the police department used to cost from energy and everything like that. It's something, sometimes it's like, hey, this is a great idea. But what was just said is something that kind of caught my attention. After this council, and I wasn't aware of this, but after this council voted in 2023, I specifically went to the city manager, not you at the time, you weren't here, and I said, we don't have a business plan, you better get started. And it's 2026 and we don't have a business plan? I'm not blaming anybody on staff, but that was something that I directed him, because you gotta know how much it's gonna cost. You gotta understand, I used to have to know these things in the police department. So you brought up a Georgie dude, but there's a reality to that. I mean, there's lights, there's electricity, there's gas, there's energy, there's associated costs that are not just, you know, how do you offset the programs in Parks and Rec trying to provide probably a good program. But I'm just saying, we're looking at this knowing that it's like it's sticker shock. You buy something and then you read the fine print later and you realize there's an ongoing cost that was not anticipated. So that's concerning to me. I guess that's more of a comment if nobody can answer that right now. Councilmember Wiley.
Thank you for the information, and you were talking about the phase 1 and phase 2. So we've gone through so many iterations since we started this, because it was going to be the Boys and Girls Club and the housing, and then now we are with the community center and the park. So I'm excited to see that go forward. I'm glad that we have funding here that looks like a great plan. I just wanted to know if it goes through like this, or when it goes through like this. So is there a plan long-term when the city has money to still move a housing building out there? Or does this taking place of where the housing building was going to be?
So there is a portion of the site that's going to be slightly improved for now, but is still part of phase 2, where a future housing building is anticipated. How that moves forward, or when that would move forward, is still under discussion. But there is an area that is separated and earmarked for future plans.
Okay, thanks, that's what I wanted to know. Don't move your office shed.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. So, little confused. Councilmember Freeman motion to bring this up for discussion. My understanding is supposed to come back, post, because this wouldn't go out for bid till later in the year. A lot of the comments and questions, all of these have been asked multiple times in different ways at multiple meetings. I'm just trying to get some clarity, like what is the intent of what we're discussing? Because a lot of rumors going out there, my own personal feelings, and I want to make sure we keep this in scope of what is the intention of council, so we're not here for however long it is that a majority of council wants to be on this topic.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes. I just want to confirm we have no business plan. Right? That's what we heard?
I would like to invite the Parks and Rec director up. That would be.
Sorry, Brian, you're probably going to come up too, but just want to confirm this.
Yes, that's correct. There's been discussions about the operational model, but it's not to the level of a business plan at this point.
Okay. And my understanding is that the estimated cost does not include the electrical and the water, correct? Okay. And there's $2.2 million in interest based upon repaying the 108 loan, correct?
I would have to confirm that. I apologize, I don't have that prepared in front of me right now.
Okay, my next question is for Ken Matsumiya, Director Matsumiya. Sorry. Sorry to bring you up here, sir. Is the city of Vacaville deficit spending?
I'm sorry, I was turning it on for you. There you go.
Yes.
Are we anticipating to deficit spend to the next couple years at least, if the tax measure doesn't pass?
That's correct.
Okay, is this a fiscally responsible decision to allocate these funds to this project if we're deficit spending? Fiscally responsible decision. I'm not asking if it's not doesn't have quality of life implications, but
I want to be careful about.
Well, then let me ask this: Does this make the city fiscally stronger or weaker moving forward with this project? I think that's a fair question.
Well, I think the issue is, I just make the point because I think we already know we're deficit spending, and it's really asking.
Well, he already answered that question. My question is, does this make the city fiscally stronger or weaker if we move this project forward? That is my question. And I'll defer to the city attorney if she needs to weigh in on it. I just want to know.
Well, I'm going to just direct it over to our city manager, because I think the fair answer, instead of one that offers conjecture or opinion, is does this improve or does it strengthen or weaken the fiscal?
Only the fiscal.
That's a hard number versus a more opinion.
That's fair.
So I don't think as a staff we're in a position to comment on that, because this is an approved project. And at this time, the project funds are dedicated. Unless the council changes the direction, we would follow the policy decision that the council makes, but I don't believe our staff should be making a comment on whether it's a fiscally responsible decision or not at this time, because this is an approved project which we, based on council direction, have already assigned funding for. And if council wishes to change the direction, we just need that direction from
Well, no, I completely recognize that it's the city council's, or at least the majority of the city council's decision to make approvals on different projects and weigh in whether or not they're fiscally responsible or not. I'm not suggesting that you're going to weigh in on that. But I do think that the public has a right to know whether or not this is going to create a future financial burden moving forward, knowing that we're deficit spending. I mean, we've had ample conversation about the project. We've heard that we don't even know that there's additional fundings that we don't even know what they're going to be. My question is, if we know if it's going to be add to that or make our situation worse. And I think that's something that we should be able to answer. I'm not asking whether or not he thinks we should approve or go backwards or whatnot. I'm asking a numbers question. So are you telling me that I cannot get that answer? Because I'm very uncomfortable with that.
I don't think I have the authority to answer that question right now, because it's a council decision. And it is, like any other project, when council gives us direction, we implement the project, and then staff executes it. We bring you back the numbers. So we have been very transparent in our budget process that we have a fiscal deficit as a city for about $12 million, and that I can confirm, but I cannot comment on this particular situation because I need council direction.
Okay, so does that $12 million deficit include the expenses for this park?
Yes.
Okay. What factors are being considered with the anticipated offset of the $120,000? Like how did you come to that number?
That's a question. Bruce, do you know how we came up with 125,000?
Sorry, Bruce.
That's all right. So this number is based on like the amount of rentals that the facility would be using, having an incubator in there that would rent the commercial kitchen, things like that. My recreation staff put some time and put it in this number, but I don't have the details regarding that. So, I mean, we do have rentals at our other facilities that bring in a certain amount of money. So I'm sure there was some, some things behind that number, but I don't have that level of detail as far as 125 at this point.
Okay. That's it. To our city manager.
I would like to address two other things. I think there was a question brought up by Vice Mayor Silva on the cost. So in 2023, when the Parks and Rec did the design and it was brought to the council, the cost was not $6 million, it was $12 million for the initial cost. And to address Councilmember Freeman's question around the insurance, we're self-insured, so there's no additional insurance costs.
Just to be clear, in 2023, the discussion was 12 million, but what was the original? Was it still just the 6.7 million was anticipated for the total project?
Yeah, when the original application was submitted to the
That's what I
state,
remember.
yeah, the costs were estimated at 6.7 million. That was in 2020.
Yeah, I think that's where it probably just became alarming post COVID. It's like, how did we go from 6.7 to, it just, the number just keeps ballooning. So yeah, thanks for that clarification. Does that answer, Vice Mayor, your question?
Yeah, no, thank you.
Okay.
So just click the
Yes.
state 100% funded this 100% straight up at the time. That's pretty impressive. Yeah.
I couldn't hear that. What was that?
Sorry.
I was just clarifying. I think it's extremely impressive that the state funded a project 100% at the time. Yeah.
Yeah. Councilmember Chad.
Since we passed it, the question that Councilmember Stockton was having in regards to this being a project in our deficit. Earlier this evening, we received information on the total number of projects that we have going on, and this is just one of many. And so, making the point, addressing one project out of many, what's the intent? Where are we going tonight? This is an informational session that was requested by another council member, and I think all those questions, but we were going in another direction when we start addressing the deficit on one project when we have many. So that's the only thing I wanted to point out.
No, a fair question. I think, without diving even further into that, I think a lot of our other projects are CIP projects. And Vice Mayor, you brought up the point, trying to understand the reason why. I think that's something for Councilmember Freeman, but when he brought this back, it was based upon fiscal concern, my recollection, you can correct me, fiscal concern, deficit spending, structural deficit, ballot measure, and wanting to see if this was a discussion. So the only thing we could come back is an informational item. And this appreciate staff bringing all this information, and it's going to be hard to know all the details. And so it's just when we're in that position, that's probably why these numbers are coming out and being carefully evaluated. I mean, that would be mine. I'm not sure, Councilmember Freeman, if you wanted to add, because I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Can I just finish out?
Oh, sure, yes, Councilman Chad.
I wanted to thank our director for the information she has provided tonight. I think she was very thorough with her presentation. And as she has stated, right now, this particular project is fully funded, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Wiley?
Thanks. I'll just say there are a lot of ways to calculate cost and calculate expenses, and a lot of it's not always fiscally. Having this park is I think we all got the letter from Alicia Minion earlier that she sent in yesterday with all the background and the fact that this park has been in the works for over 20 years. So I don't want to get caught up in just dollars and cents. When we looked at the quality of life is one of our big strategic plans, and the quality of life for the Markham's kids, and just like we have a lot of kids going to the Play for All park. So I think that would be a place where a lot of people would go, but not just the park, the whole community center, which was the whole focus of it all. So I just wanted to put that in. There's cost and there's cost. And so we have to look at the quality of life.
Councilmember Freeman? I think you're right.
Oh, there we go, I'm blinking.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I was spacing off into the numbers. You had just said something to me and I wasn't paying attention to what you were saying about.
Oh, no,
as far as, I think it has to do with why I wanted to bring this back.
Yeah, I mean.
So, you know, I wasn't here when this decision was passed. I have been for this park. I think that this park is a great idea. I think that we have some great funding that's backing it up right now, you know, with the federal money, the state money. But why I wanted to bring this back is because as I've been on council for the last year and a half and discussing many different items and the cost of doing business, I wanted to bring this back for a conversation because I think that it's necessary. I'll probably go a little bit long-winded here, so bear with me. You know, when I was running a business in 2020, I wanted to buy a 36-acre piece of property right next to an industrial piece of property that I had, and it really made great sense for me. I wanted it so bad, right? I wanted it bad. It was going to be good for us, you know, but COVID was hitting at the time. And, you know, I went to my CPA. And I went to my advisors and said, you know, this is a great deal. It's going to build our company. It's going to enhance our business. And so we were in negotiations. We were in escrow. We were, you know, and then COVID hit, right? And so I had a decision to make, right? And that decision was an absolute fiscal decision. Do I go forward with this? Not knowing what's going to happen with COVID, not knowing what's going to happen with the future, with my budget, you know, already things were starting to slow down. I had to take a good hard look. And I had to think about my employees. I had to think about what happens if, you know, if things don't smooth out pretty quick and get through this. I had to think about a lot of things. How am I going to pay my bills, you know? And I went to my CPA, and my CPA said, Ted, this isn't the time. You know, this isn't the time. I thank God I had a really great CPA. They've got a lot of backbone knowledge, information, and then I talked to some other advisors too because I wanted this so bad, you know. So anyways, I'll stop here. But my point to all that is I want this park myself. I think that this is going to be really good for our community. I wanted to bring it back and have a look at it because we're not on the cliff. We're falling off the cliff. We're falling off the cliff. And so my job is to the employees and the citizens of Vacaville to do what's best for our entire community. I'm not saying that I'm opposed to the park. I'm not opposed to the park. But my job as a city council member is to look out for the fiscal responsibility of our entire community. Because if Measure B doesn't pass, guess what? We're going to be laying off police officers. We're going to be laying off people in every one of the departments, in our parks department, in our building. I mean, we are going to be in trouble because if it's 12 million this year and it's already 12 million from last, or excuse me, it's going to be another 12 million. And based on what Ken maybe you suggested that this might be like this for another. So we're looking at 12, 24, $36 million. Our reserves are coming down. So, you know, when I was in business, there's things I had to do. I had to cut costs. I had to do whatever I had to do to survive as a business owner. And so that's what I'm trying to bring to this. I'm not trying to cut a park out. I mean, we've got some great funding here with the feds and the state. I mean, this is going to be good for Vacaville. It's going to be good for that neighborhood. It's going to be good for all of us. So, but I wanted to bring it back and have this discussion. So does that answer the question?
Yeah, thank you. Your words were yours, and I just didn't want to paraphrase the reasons why you brought it back, because you were the one that brought it back. I believe it's Councilmember Ritchie.
Thank you. Sorry, my voice today. Thank you so much. It's been interesting just to be a listener, like a fly on the wall. Ted, I really appreciate you bringing it back, because this has been a long project. It's been stressful. It's been passionate. It's been turned into political football, a lot of things. But we're talking about the intent of the park, deficit spending, the words negligence, quality of life, and cuts. They all have meaning. I've been on council longer than you, but it's just, for me, do I claim ignorance, stupidity, or just we have been consciously making decisions in this city since 2023 as a structural deficit. And I understand that, but every decision we made, we have voted yes, like 3.9 million for Animal Park, like 1.7 for Caderos. We have the new park by my kids call it the Lizard Park. We have said yes in a structural deficit for multiple years on project improvements, knowledgeably knowing we're in deficit. So to play ignorant and stupidity to that, we can't do that. When it comes to negligence, saying yes, knowing we're in deficit, but then stopping, so it's okay to improve a park here, but not here. It's okay to enhance this, but not here. Just last weekend, I was in Caderos Park playing soccer with my kids. I was in Magnolia Park playing soccer with my kids, and there's a full-on game at Ridgeview. They all have soccer goals, which I wish there was in Cooper Park, but it fit due to Measure M. I don't want people to miss the fact that all these park projects were approved by every council member here, saying yes, spending yes. You said yes to your park. Caderos was spent $1.7 million out of Measure M funds. We spent 3.9, but it's for the benefit of the whole city. I don't go back and forth. We can pull our records, but the point is, if we say, oh, it's negligence of money, then we're all guilty. The thing where I've really vibed out with Ted is I'm still running a business during this time. I've used the metaphor many times here. It's like holding sand in your hand. You can try to cut, you can try to save, but it's gonna fall out. The antidote to this problem is revenue. We need to go shoulder to shoulder and not fight each other and politicize this and find out how to make the city better. To make Vacaville better, we need to create revenue. We have an opportunity to create revenue, to increase the quality of life for all residents. Besides, find a way, we spend the next 6 months bickering, find a way to blame and cut, we're going to fail as a city. We need to be together, figure out how do we move the city forward. Because I do not want to cut police or fire or public safety because we couldn't get along. We need to have the right mind mentality, kind of articulate that to the community. How do we proceed forward in the best ever for the city? We cannot cut our way out of a problem. Ted's running an amazing business. You can be the best fiscally responsible person and cut, but until you create revenue, you don't have a business. We have to create revenue or else we're gonna fall together. That's it.
Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Stockton, you're going to open it up to the public.
I'll be quick. I agree the problem is revenue. I 100% agree with that. But I will also say this project that we're talking about today did not pass with everybody voting in support of it. It was a 4-3 vote. I don't understand your comment about it's okay to approve a part here, but not here, because this council did approve prior to deficit spending $5 million for Troward Park, which just got built. Everybody recognized that there was a need to add park improvements throughout the entire city, including that which was a significantly higher cost. But now we're talking about 2 parks less than a half mile apart, and a total amount of funding, like all of it's taxpayer money, right? Whether it's from Measure M or whether it's from a state parks grant or whether it comes from somewhere else. I mean, that's where it comes from, right? We're talking over $23 million for 2 parks less than a half mile apart. So I do want this park. I'm not suggesting that we don't want nice parks. What I don't want is to look in the audience at all the people that come to our meetings the second and fourth Tuesday of every month, and the people that work here and have to lay somebody off because we're trying to do something extravagant when we know a storm is not just coming, but here. And this council could have made some fiscally more responsible decisions throughout this whole thing. And I'll own some of them, right? But what I think we do know is right now, this is fiscally irresponsible. And it has a cost, and it is not going to make the city stronger. And we are asking our community in November to invest money and solve our revenue problem, right? But we have to demonstrate to them that we're going to be fiscally responsible with the money they've already given us. And we know we're in the middle of a storm. And I don't want to see police officers, firefighters, or public works officers, or community development, or people in finance, or any of the different departments in the city get laid off because we're trying to do something too grandiose when we need to be knuckling down and making sure that we're being responsible with people's money.
Councilmember Ritchie.
I appreciate that. But they're mutually exclusive. If we kill the project, we lose $2 million. And we do not pass Measure V.
Why?
It's called, if Measure V does not pass and we take a $2 million loss, return the funds, we will still be laying off police and fire. That snowball has already started. The problem with expenses and running a company, you have to understand how it works. You cannot cut your way out of this. If we don't create revenue, regardless if the park was for or not, we are going to be staring at people and saying, you're no longer work here.
That's what I'm afraid of.
But funding the park will not change the fact that we will have to be in a fiscal deficit. We need to focus on revenue. We can fund the park, and if it fails, we are in trouble. We cannot fund the park. If it fails, we are in trouble. That's the math. $4 million is about 3.5 months of revenue for the city. We can return it, and we will be failing. We will stand here, look in the eyes, the old faces and owl eyes, wondering how we got here, what are we going to do? Regardless, if we don't get together, make sure that revenue passes, we are in the same problem in both buckets.
I'm going to go ahead and open up to the public. I mean, this is a robust discussion. I appreciate there is emotion, there's passion. And as any member of the public wishing to come forward, I'll just also add that when this came to a vote prior to Councilmember Fremont, I know what my record was, and my vote was no, but it was qualified. I said, I'm not against the park. I think the park really can serve, I mean, the vision and the passion, Vice Mayor, that you were presenting is, it's compelling. It's like anything. We're trying to help our community. I mean, that was the essence of my comments. I know that. And I haven't looked back at my comments, but I recall that those were the essence of what I was saying. It was more about fiscal responsibility, and that was at a time where we were already deficit spending, and we've been deficit spending every year. So that was just a qualification of where I was a few years ago. It's like, I will also say that most of our parks are not coming from general fund. Let's just remind ourselves of that. So not to confuse the public. There's all kinds of processes. We've been through fee studies and DIF and TIF, looking at how you pay for improvements. A lot of funding since COVID, I guess, without doing a full deep dive. There was a lot of money printed that was passed through to the state and to the cities, and the cities were offering grants and projects. And one could argue that the money that was floating around the state probably helped fund projects like this, probably really good projects. It's just that 6.7 million grew to 18.4 million. With that, I'm going to go ahead and open it to the public for any comments.
Good evening. My name is Cass Paget. I've been here before. I completely agree with Councilmember Ritchie. I think you got it right. You know, this has been going on for years. We've been promised this park for 20 years. And that Montoya Center, community center. We haven't had a community center built here in, I don't know, decades, right? This would be a perfect place to have it because that community center also has a commercial kitchen. So that would open up people to go in and be entrepreneurs. Being an entrepreneur is somebody who goes and has a small business. So we could foster small businesses through that. I really believe that it is time to make that decision now. No matter what you do, if you vote against it, we're still out over $2 million. And who knows, Measure V may even pass. I hear good things about it. A lot of people say they will vote for it. All right? So I think we can't just project all this negativity. We need to do something for the people. And the people, actually, I live in Browns Valley. I go to the Trower Park. I would go to that community center. I would take my kids, my grandkids. I take them down there. It's for all of Vacavillians. It's not just for one little section. We're all going there. So I really feel strongly it is time to make that decision, to go with this. We've been promised it for years. I've been looking for it for 20 years. When I first moved here 27 years ago, and we then heard about this park, I'm like, oh, great, yeah, there's going to be a park. It's right down the street from us, not far. It is just time. And I really think this, with the community development block grants, whatever that acronym is, that has to go for low and mid-income projects anyway. So this is perfect. So I really believe you guys just need to go for it, okay?
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I want to make a correction. If my math is right, the interest is 1.4 million, not 2.2. So that should be one correction. Like Cass said, this has been going on for 20 years, 25 years. The goal has always been to eliminate blight and to deliver valuable community resources in a neighborhood that has longed for those types of resources to be there. So the park involves a community, a walking trail, a lot of amenities that would be good and helpful for the children and the community there. And on multiple occasions, the council has approved this, right? You've approved this. The money is there. That 2.7 million is finalized and it's there ready to go. Pull the plug, pull the trigger on this thing. You're talking about maybe 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, 100,000. You're smart people. Figure it out. Figure it out how to do the cost. Here we are. We got 18 million that's been accounted for, and you're talking about 100 grand. Really? I think you got better things to do. So prove this thing, move forward with it. And some of you are going to say that the park it's going to take away public safety. I don't agree with that. Some say Vacaville won't be safe. Fear tactics never work. They don't work on people. So they don't try to scare people saying, if you don't do this, the sky's going to fall. So the funding is there. Figure it out. Make it work. Get the project started. And to you, Ted, if this isn't the time, when is? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll probably be beaten in the parking lot for having said this. Councilmember Stockton is correct in that the city's in a hole and has been for a long time. There's been a lot of questionable spending that's gone on, and as he says, he owns up to some of it too. Nobody wants to take away something, but at the same time, maybe you need to slow down some spending somewhere. And it's not, like Councilmember Ritchie points out, he says, well, there's however many $1 million, that's not very much. It's like, remember Senator Proxmire from the 1960s? His adage about, $1 million here, $1 million there, pretty soon you're talking about real money. You have to start making some real decisions like a common person does, not like we got $1 million here, $1 million there, let's blow it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Anyone else? Anyone online? We'll go ahead and take one online and then we'll come to you.
Go ahead.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Carly and Vice Mayor Silva and members of the City Council. My name is Maya Barreno, and I am a resident here in District 3. And in regards to this park, when we talk about the quality of life in Vacaville, it really comes down to whether our neighborhoods have spaces where families can gather, children can thrive, and community can happen. Naming this center after Montoya carries deep meaning. It represents art and culture and community voice. And to truly honor that legacy, we need ongoing, intentional, and community engagement. So our youth and families and neighborhood leaders are directly co-designing the programming, workshops, and services that live inside these walls. I know tonight we talked about some vital questions around the fiscal impact of this. We asked whether this project makes Vacaville fiscally stronger or weaker. It makes our city stronger. First, it protects our local resources. We are leveraging 18.4 million capital investments where there's 203,615 annual debt service over 20 years is supported, right? It's supported by the CDBG allocation funds. Second, it builds sustainable self-reliance. The programming, the incubator, all of these opportunities are ways for us to have an economic launch pad for the community. So what I really want to encourage the council to think about is to work with the city departments and the staff around making sure that there is a clear roadmap to what the business plan will look like so that we can have a clear operational benchmark and utilization goals and fee structures so our city leaders and our residents have complete confidence in this project. True community well-being and fiscal responsibility don't have to be a conflict. We want this investment. We want to invest in our people and our community, and it does require sound planning. And so I really want to thank you all for your leadership and care and our service to our community.
Yeah, thank you for sharing.
Alicia, you're unmuted. Go ahead. Alicia, go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can hear.
Oh, fantastic. Great. Good evening, everybody. So I sent an email that was very extensive. I need 3 hours to go over it. But I hope all of council had a chance to read it. And I want to thank staff for all the work and effort that they made in getting these significant and extraordinary grant funding, the CDBG, the CDBG funding, as well as the 108 loan, which is very difficult to get. And I'm excited about this project, especially the community center, because it's not just the revenue that will be generated, but it teaches the youth in that neighborhood about creating small businesses. This can have generational impacts. And so when I hear some of the council members ask very detailed questions about the cost of this project, I think we need to look at the fact, I think you can just be reminded of the fact of that the people, residents have already, they had the opportunity to speak on this project, we spoke on the project, and council already approved it. The funding is there, and Measure M, which has received millions and millions more than was anticipated, it's appropriate to allocate some of that for youth and the community center in the park. And this is an extraordinary project that can make the city stand out like Davis. Davis is a nice place to live. Why? Because they prioritize community centers and parks and bringing the community together. I think that it would be a travesty to suggest to stop this project as a way to save money by hurting the neighborhood in Vacaville that likely has the lowest income in terms of the average median income in that area. So you would really be hurting and targeting a disadvantaged community under the guise of allegedly saving money. I've heard,
Thank you.
heard your comments about.
So thank you. Yes, thank you. Your time's up.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. Any more online? Okay, I'm gonna go back to, I'm gonna come back to the audience real quick before we take more online. Please come forward.
My name is Dawn Sullivan, and I really thought I was coming here to hear a different conversation tonight. What I would like to say is, looking at all the data and all the slides and all the hard work you did, I understand, just little old me, understand what's going on here. What I don't understand is the past probably 15 years of overspending. And what I do think needs to happen moving forward from all of you is to really put on your thinking caps and figure out a way to save money somewhere else. This park is very important to our community, and you all know somewhere something in your budget that might not be 100% necessary, and maybe all those little bits can add up. This 203, is that million or $1,000 that's going to be paid in interest for 20 years, is covered by the CDBG. We already asked you guys for this, and you already said yes. So figure it out. I think there's a way.
Thank you. So we'll go back online.
Laura, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
I sent an email and I wrote a comment before I heard the update and the comments from the city council members. So with that, I am for the community center, but I do believe that there's certain aspects that should be included that have more precedence than just youth services as it relates to your strategic plan, goal 3, quality of life and its objectives. It is not directly addressing the objectives. It's really vague and it's very confusing, and especially because you guys are not all on the same page. I do believe that there is some physical expenditure that is being responsibly spent, but nevertheless, the community center will be a great benefit to the community. What I asked the city council is to figure out how this is going to really solve any of the current problems that the residents have as it relates to housing, instability, homelessness, long waiting lists, complicated applications, and difficulty navigating multiple agencies and programs. This is a very large investment. And as a resident, I'm very concerned on the accountability that, for us to hold ourselves accountable and, in understanding how this will translate into a meaningful improvement in people's everyday life. So I'm not really sure how you guys are gonna move forward with this, but it really needs to take into account for what the residents are currently facing. The issues they're currently facing, not just for youth services, but maybe adding additional aspects as it relates to providing services, resources as a one-stop shop for individuals who are facing these issues and guiding them through these processes instead of getting them being sent from agency to agency, which is a pressing matter within our residents, and finding emergency pathways that are available to our residents. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your comments.
Marion, you're unmuted, go ahead.
Good evening.
Good evening, Council. This is Marion Elkins. Some of you know me. I'm the chair of Markham Neighborhood Association. I have been before you before. I want Councilmember Fremont to know it's more like 26 years that this area has been promised a park. Several councils ago, some of those people have passed away, but they promised this area a park then. They promised this area a new recreation and city facility on a Brown Street property. And we are still waiting for that to come to fruition. You have heard tonight through a wonderful presentation by Tamara that it is fully funded and paid for, which I am just so thankful for. And if you continue to cut this like has been done over the last 26 years, I fear that we will never get what we were promised because the costs certainly aren't coming down. If you had done this pre-COVID, the cost would have been a lot less, but you didn't. So, some people have already mentioned what I wanted to say. This is a tremendous opportunity for the residents of Brown Street, Allen Street, Bennett Hill, part of my community, even though I live across the, what do I want to say, geography, there's land there. It's more than a half a mile, Councilmember Stockton, but it's my community too, even though I am in Markham. I know lots of people over there. I used to live on Bennett Hill Court, and it is high time that they got the opportunity to foster their youth and grow and reach their potential by having this community center and park available for them. Surely it would be a positive for the youth in the area if they were to see what the adults could do with the space. This has been approved and it's paid for. I don't understand why you are trying to pick this apart yet again. But I think Councilman Ritchie has explained it pretty clearly, and I hope that you will vote in favor of keeping the park and the community center. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? One more?
Mary, you're unmuted, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Council. This is Mary Vasquez, resident and former Parks and Recreation Commissioner. I grew up in District 3 in the Lower Callan area. My parents purchased their home in 1986 when I was 6 years old. I lived there as a child and young adult until 2003, so almost 17 years. My parents still own their home and still live in District 3. In the 4 decades that they've owned their home, there have been very little to few area improvement projects in their neighborhood. I can't remember a single neighborhood or park improvement project when I was growing up until recently, obviously in 2026. In many aspects, looking back, the area has often been systematically neglected and ignored. The area looks the same as it has always for many decades. The area has been historically underfunded, and I'm not just saying this to say this, it is a lived experience. As a former Parks and Recreation Commissioner, I was beyond proud to be a part of and serve on the commission during a pivotal time of multiple revised master plans for various parks and the possibility that Measure M funds could bring to our parks, specifically for District 3 and specifically for this project and Charles Park project. I am proud to say that I was a very small piece of this very large puzzle, including the naming of the facility and park. This project and many others we have seen improvement by Measure M funding is the exact reason I voted for Measure M twice. Decolotes Park and Malaquias Montoya Center as a project has the ability to improve the neighborhood, revitalize the neighborhood, and bring economic development to the area and opportunities for youth to stay engaged in programs and activities. It brings an improved sense of quality of life for that area to those residents who live there and the town as a whole. So far, there has been support for this project and community center, so as I look to you all tonight as council members and representatives of our town, I have to ask myself why? Why now? And all I can think of and point to is political theater and political grandstanding. This is not about the budget, it is political theater and political charades by a few of you on the dais. The money is already allocated for, state and federal grants assumed for the project. It is unbelievable to think that you all would consider recalling this project with the amount of state and federal funds invested and staff time invested in the project. I hear some of you talk from the dais about waste and abuse, and calling for this discussion of this project feels like an absolute waste and abuse of staff time, energy, and resources. Prior to tonight's meeting, I wrote to the city manager to request the staff hours already invested in this project, knowing the time and dedication on this project, and obviously close to 1,000 staff hours on this project has been calculated. I'd like to publicly acknowledge all of the staff who have spent countless hours on this project previously and currently, as well as the team that had to probably begrudgingly put this report together and presentation for you all tonight as you all attempt to undo their hard work. Killing this project would also
Thank you, your time's up. Thank you for your comments, though.
well, you lose trust.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else from the audience before I close it? All right, I'm going to go ahead and bring this back to the council. I see a light. Before that, I don't know if staff has any further comments based upon any public comments. I also just want to clarify, because things can get out of context because there's so many council meetings that no one's going back and say, so-and-so said what, we're trying to figure out what it was from 2020 to now, everything in between. The Measure M, let's just remember though for a minute, when this money was committed, it was committed knowing it was in reserves. We're sitting here talking about oversight, and so whether you judge however anyone feels about it, anyone who's lost a business, lost a home, gone through a foreclosure, been an employee in this city when we went through the Great Recession, I have, and it's not easy. So sometimes it's okay without being upset at any one person to say, one last moment, check, are you confirming? I've lived that in my personal life and said, yeah, we're in, only for 6 months later to realize it was a 3-year process of losing in a very, very bad way financially. So lived experience tells us that once you commit, it's a commitment. Could it be a great commitment? I believe that this park could be wonderful, but for clarification to one of the callers, remember, we were focusing as a council and a commission that said, what are our priorities? And we were focusing on a community center. So just for facts, so when people look back, the community center that was #1 in priority in the city got nothing out of the decisions when there was a 4-3 vote to fund this. And while it's a great idea, it wasn't 18.4 million, it was 6.7 million. And so given the price tag, if somebody were to say, well, sorry, the price tag is different, does it change your mind when you're the one responsible fiscally for public money? It's taxpayer dollars. It's not a threat to who you're going to, there's going to be no safety. But for those of us who have lived here, and I worked in the city for 32 years, going through good times and bad times, sometimes during a bad time, your decision, you better be careful because you're making permanent decisions to a temporary problem. And I empathize with a project that could be fantastic. I'm disappointed that there wasn't a business plan. I think the costs of this are more than what is projected, but this was elevated beyond the priorities of the city when it didn't have the funds to pay for it 100%. And this council decided to bypass the priorities. That's all. So let's make sure we remember that. And there's consequences to that. Can it, will it be a great amenity to the city? Yes. As we punt Centennial Park and the community center that was supposed to go there that isn't getting any of this money. So who knows when that will be built for the entire city. This is a neighborhood park with an additional amenity, and we don't know whether or not it can be a 1A or 1B. But just for that clarification, let's just make sure that we really understand that it was Measure M reserves, and this council committed to elevating it past the priorities because the price tag ultimately tripled. That's what happened. So there's responsibility to being up here to making fiscally sound decisions when there's a lot of things at stake. Councilmember Primo.
Yes, thank you. So I hear the community and I know the story going back many years. And I want this park to be built. I support this park being built. This park deserves to be built. And yet, you know, Greg, I'll agree with you and disagree with you on a lot of what you had to say is true. In the grand scheme of things, the $5 million that we're going to be left with is not going to help us out of our current situation. We're in bad shape. In the grand scheme of things, that $5 million is going to get us another 6 to 9 months into our fiscal year coming up, which means maybe we'll have to lay off half as many people or provide or take away half as many services, and maybe the economy will change. But you know, I just try to put things in really simple terms for myself. You know, I make $100,000 a year running a business, and I spend $40,000 a year in materials and supplies. And due to a downturn in the economy and how money is being generated and revenues that are coming in, all of a sudden what used to cost me $40,000 now costs me $60,000. But because of a downturn in the economy, I'm only making $80,000 a year. And I know that those are not numbers that represent anything that we're talking about. I'm just talking about, just to give you some context of what has happened to our city. Our costs have skyrocketed, just like everybody knows that goes to the grocery store, buys a set of tires, or buys a new car, or buys anything. You know what has happened in the last 4 or 5 years. Things have gone through the roof, and yet our revenue coming into the city continues to go down. It continues to go down. And so, you know, I mean, it's not monopoly money. It's not like when I was a kid playing Monopoly and I've got Park Avenue and Saks Fifth or whatever it's called, and I got hotels on them, and I got some other properties. But guess what? I didn't have enough money saved up, and now I got to sell off my hotels. Now I got to sell off those little green houses so that I can hopefully survive and hold on to the property and maybe rebuild it again. I know I'm talking Monopoly at a city council meeting. That's kind of goofy, but I think about our city as a whole. Like I said, I want this park. So just looking at what we need to do to survive as a city right now, that's the main thing in front of me. This park, were it not to get built, it would be terrible. It would be a travesty. But the consequences of what this can do to our city staff, and then ultimately the services that we're going to provide to our community, taking care of the parks, taking care of our infrastructure, taking care of the Georgia Duke Center, all kinds of those services are going to be on the line to be cut because we're going to have to come up with a lot of money. So with that being said, talking about that, I want to make a motion.
This is for information.
Hold on. So I move to direct staff to place an action on the next city council agenda, providing that the De Colores Park and the Montoya Communities will continue as previously approved if Measure V passes. And that if Measure V fails, the council's prior project and funding authorization will be rescinded upon certification of this. And I know Joel's going to be cussing me in the parking lot saying, you want to raise our taxes? You know what? It's a 1% sales tax increase, and we have to have it. We have to have it for the survival of our city right now. And I've always been fiscally conservative. Whenever things have come up, before I got into understanding government, how it works, I always voted no on these issues because I was tired of being taxed. And I don't want to see everybody have to struggle and pay more, but we need leadership in this city. We need leadership from our community leaders to advance this. Right now, we have a broken leg and we don't have anybody from anywhere come to fix our broken leg. So that is my motion that I make, that we bring this back to our next council, agendize it for our next city council meeting, and it's conditional upon Measure V passing. Otherwise, and I want it to pass. I want this park. Michael, I want this park for you. I want all these people that are in the community to hear me. I want this park. I do.
I'll second that.
Okay. All right, well, there's a lot of lights on here. We have a motion, a second. I think Vice Mayor Silva.
Thank you. So, number one, I actually want to thank Council Member Freemouth for bringing this to attention. First, to be fully transparent, I was extremely irritated. Frankly, I've gotten to know most of y'all for at least 6 years, some of you for longer, some of our kids have grown up. I know how you guys think. I observe how you guys act. I've seen how you guys flip on different issues. I want to appreciate our different representatives from different unions. Mike, we're not taking a stand for or against, so I appreciate that. What I do want, and the reason why I point that out is because I myself need to take accountability for different messages, different conspiracies, different theories that are being put out there of who's for what and who's against what. I expect my council members to do the same. I can play the ad that our DSA PAC put out that targeted me, focusing on somebody. I could care less about me, but focusing on a minority individual wearing his son's beanie and his marmot jacket, out learning water policy out in our marsh to figure out how I can better inform myself to protect our community. And that was manipulated. That image was manipulated, and that doesn't concern me about me. I'm used to it. I grew up here. I know how it is. I'm used to it.
So
stop.
Sir,
give me my time, please.
Point of order. I'm going to direct this back to the city attorney.
We had an interruption in our broadcasting services, so we're going to have to.
That's okay.
We're going to have to take a pause.
The law requires that we take a recess if we have an interruption in our broadcasting pursuant to SB 707.
Okay. Yeah. So because of this to the public, whenever we have an interruption, what we have to do is designate the time of the interruption and when we can reconvene. It's 9:20, and so we'll try to get this back up and running as soon as we can. So we'll take a quick recess. We're going to go ahead and reconvene this meeting. The service has now been restored, the two-way telephonic and the audiovisual access to this meeting at, let's see, 9:36, and we're going to reconvene our regular meeting. And with that, at the time, Vice Mayor Silva had the floor. Apologize for any disruption, but when this goes down, this is a new thing. If it goes down in the public, outside, we have to confirm and we have to pause by law. So anyway, Vice Mayor Silva.
Thank you. So I'm not sure where I got caught off when I was telling some really great jokes, but where I want to pick up is I think we have to be extremely mindful of what we communicate. And we talk about us being civic leaders, being community leaders, on how what we say influences others. And the example I was giving, I don't need to rehash that. I don't know what's out there, but what the example, and these comments are more so for us, but since we're out here doing this publicly, here we are. We have to be very mindful of that. To me, it appears that if it's not other entities within our community, if it's individuals, apparently 3 individuals on this council, maybe more, that are pushing this to be reconsidered. Yes, I absolutely respect the representative voice that each of us have. That is the benefit of having a diverse representative council, so that way we bring in the different issues that exist throughout our entire city, not just one part of our city, but our entire city. I'm not gonna, I disagree that, like, the area of Markham there's been different funding going to different areas, and I don't want to rehash some of the things that have been mentioned in the past. But in that particular neighborhood, we have unique opportunities to address many of these different factors that have been mentioned, that again, predominantly at the core of it, the ability to pick themselves up, pick themselves up by the bootstraps. That's a common saying that many people say, pick yourself up by the bootstraps. So this is the boot. This is the boot that allows people who bring in their own straps to pick themselves up, to find a way to be more economically economically independent. So to me, it's not my fault that the city put all the deed restricted area in one area. 80% of that population is low income and very low income. It's none of our fault for that. In fact, I'm very open because I know certain areas in there are living with infestation, with different rot, different issues, that they have nowhere else to live. I am very open to looking at how we redesign the area. But to me, my representative voice is that it's fundamentally wrong to continue to concentrate poverty without pathways to get out. I haven't been able to verify the data from the folks that came up and spoke about tobacco and liquor, but I do know our liquor licenses are higher in that area. And it's evident, anybody who drives through that area. What opportunities do our youth, young adults, people who are trying to overcome poverty have in being able to access opportunities to advance themselves and their families? Liquor sales, tobacco. I think it was mentioned, again, I haven't verified it, but it sounded like 17, if I recall, 17 places to buy tobacco within 1,000 feet of Buckingham High School, which is in that vicinity where this project is proposed. So the council as a whole voted to approve this. And I understand it wasn't unanimous. It also wasn't unanimous that a majority of the council later on, I voted no, but others who voted no the first time voted yes to increase the cost of the project. However, I am very much aware, as are people who are politicizing this, beyond just a discussion of how to make this more practical. If that was the case, I have seen this council individually and our city as a whole look at how we can make something be successful or how we can make something fail. And the accusation that I relayed from the public to the council when the increase, the cost of that project increased, the one that I voted no, that others voted yes on, was this conspiracy that was being communicated out there that it's possible that this is going, that they're trying to increase the cost of the projects. That way it doesn't happen at all. I'm not saying that's the particular case, but those are the stories that go out there. And when we talk about trust and we talk about how do we want this park, I find that frankly disingenuous. I don't find that being accurate. I feel that we try to make people think that we're being empathetic about situations, but I also think we get caught up in the circles that we're in of what we feel is valued, who we feel is valued, and where we want to put that value investment in. So to me, I don't make up the cost of these things. I know I've been the brunt of the focus of this, you know, $8 million. That's how much Mike Silva put to a park, putting families at risk, or whatever the saying was. Funding a park, putting families at risk. Like I have been very supportive of our public safety. I've been police, fire, all our different departments. We've increased staffing members. We've increased wages. We've invested people throughout the community. This is not just a park. And the fact that I need people to realize that, we should all realize it's even in the header, it's the Malaquias Montoya Center at the De Colotes Park. The park component got us state funds. And the city manager and I was at a meeting where the city manager, not to start to throw you in on this, but there was a presentation at Cal Cities earlier this year. The state wants to fund parks that are tied into economic development, because they realize that we can take these public funds, invest to where now people can help themselves. The communities can help themselves. We can build up the wealth within our communities. So it kind of, to me, it goes back to something very fundamental, that if we want this to fail, we can make it fail. If you all want to make this succeed, we can find a way to make this succeed. The business plan, that concept has been pushed off. The mayor nor any one of us can provide direction. We can request staff and they can do it or not, but not one of us are supposed to provide direction. That's why we have a council. There's not one vote or one person here that weighs more of the other. My understanding was relayed to me as far as a business plan goes, is that is something that will continue to come, that will come later. I likewise push for something very similar because I want to see this to be successful. So nevertheless, I keep hearing from staff that comes later, but yet we want to sit here and poke and prod on that. Well, I want to hear the same scrutiny for every other community center that we have, every other program that we have. So it's no wonder to me, while many people in our community that I'm representing, I am here to get things done. I'm here to make sure that we follow through on the commitments. I'm here to help build transparency within our government. And I am here to stand up for people who are intimidated and being targeted by different means, that letting them know that they do not belong in this community. These are people that just are trying to make an honest living, work to improve the city. And I don't care what background or what part of the world you come from, if you are working to improve your lives and working to leave something better, we need them here. We talk about how we support small businesses. If we talk to anybody within the business support networks, our chambers, small business development, the cost of being able to rent facilities is astronomical. People are dumping out their 401ks, all of their savings, and they're being set up to fail because the high cost it is in this town to rent. So again, I don't know why I have to keep saying this. It's not about the park. The park is a hook to get people there. And the park, so the people are there. The community center that offers a commercial kitchen allows the facilities for people want to start up their business and build up their clientele. Now we can start getting private investment. It's worked in Baldwin Park. It's works in Davis. It's worked in Sacramento with incubator space where those facilities are full. So the demand is there. People are waiting for this. I think the surveys that came back are overwhelmingly favorable in wanting to see this happen. So this notion that we only fund public safety is false. This notion that we only fund parks is false. The fact of the matter is we all try to do our best to balance what we invest in because we value all these different dynamics in this growing diverse community. And the more that, to Councilmember Ritchie's point, the more that we look at how we be more supportive of one another and stop fighting one another, imagine what we can achieve. Imagine what we can achieve together. But instead, we sit here and try to poke and prod and throw pictures up, people with beanies and all this stuff, and play dumb about stuff, and give all these empathetic speeches. And at the end of the day, we spent I don't know how long on this. If we already had our minds up, stop with the inquisitory. We're not in a dang what's it called, in a court. Just get to the point. If it's something that you don't want to do, get it, say it. If all these other issues that we're trying to get to, let's get to it, right? For me, I'm committed towards following through. What I do want to suggest moving forward is I understand the fiscal issues within our city, right? I 100% agree with Councilmember Ritchie for the first time ever. Congratulations, right? To also make this park and this whole discussion, to put everything focused on one project that this is going to bankrupt the city or save the city is false. It's false. I understand we want to save something, but in the end of the day, it's not going to stop the inevitable. We need to generate revenue. We need to support our families. We need to support people who are working for a better life in areas that we're capable of and that's responsible for. And it's okay, and this is for everybody, it's okay if some of our council members disagree with that. It's okay if they vote no. It's okay if we disagree. We're not supposed to agree all the time. We shouldn't agree all the time. But I do think it's wrong when we try to target on something and let not our emotions, but let our better judgment, well, I guess so, and our emotions guide what we think is right or wrong, and start using that to tear other people down. It doesn't do anything to build trust. It doesn't do anything to help our communities out. And at the end of the day, all it does is continue to fracture our community. What I would suggest moving forward is that rather than the motion that was presented and seconded, rather than that, what I would suggest is that we keep this project as is. We continue to plan to go out for RFP as is, and we pull back on some of the amenities to where we go out on RFP for that other factor, as long as the state agrees to that. So when it comes back, whenever it does come back, we have two different options to decide from. And then part of that is we can decide if this is which one we go with. So I think it was referenced as 1A, 1B. So 1A is everything included. 1B is where we actually pull back on some of the minis, but at the heart of it is the community center, the art that goes around it, the patio, the performance stage to get people out there, a flat field, and then that wall that many of you all supported in putting around the perimeter that in itself can allow for more community space. That's what I think that we should do.
Well, that's a lot to...
One more item.
Yeah.
One more item. I want to absolutely thank Congressman Mike Thompson's office, particularly his staff member Will Duncan, for going out of his way, making sure that he helped expedite this process that staff had been struggling with for so long. So again, this is government working for its people. We just went to Habitat for Humanity situation. And that was his main thing. Like, this shows that our government is working for its people, and that's what I see this as. So thank you, Congressman Thompson. Thank you, Will Duncan and the staff.
I appreciate your comments. I know we have a motion in a second, but I just want to make, I see a light from our city attorney.
Yes, just before we move forward on the motion, I wanted to offer some procedural clarification. So whenever you're ready for that. I don't know if do you want that now, or do you want to continue with council comments?
Well, go ahead.
So the concern I have with the motion that's currently pending is that it's very specific and explicit. It does not allow for the council to receive information related to various options and conditions that you could put on unencumbering funds or continuing with the project. The recent development with receipt of the Section 108 loans creates some limitations on the city's ability to make changes to this project after that loan application is signed. And so I think a prudent procedural approach, if the council so desires to bring this back for consideration, would be to have a more general motion, which is, agendize the item for consideration by the council. And at that time, you can consider what conditions could be placed on the encumbrance of the funds. I would just suggest that as being more general procedurally, so it would allow the council maximum flexibility to receive additional information and understand the potential limitations that a very specific motion like the one that was made could have. That specific motion could still be made, at the future meeting. I just, if we agendize it too specifically, it might limit your options.
That's a fair observation. Ultimately, agendizing an item to bring back that to include a condition of the tax measure also at any time also can offer up, like we do many times, is we often offer an actual agendized item to take action, where tonight's there's no action except to agendize. So I see where you're going with this. But it could include that option, but it could also consider additional information based upon the details about those two items. But ultimately, it would be an item that could take action on. Right.
Yeah, so I think a more generalized agendized item to reconsider or to discuss the encumbered funds in light of the fiscal situation allows the council to make any number of motions related to conditions that you would like to put on the project, related to, whether it be the tax measure, whether it be factors related to the CDBG collateral that's used to secure the Section 108 funding. It just creates the most opportunity for the council to be fully informed and have a clear understanding of any conditions that you want to put on the project moving forward. What's pending right now is a very limited motion just to vote to unencumber the funds conditioned upon, or continue the encumbrance of the funds conditioned upon Measure B passing. That's a very limited motion, and if you agendize that specifically, it's not going to allow opportunity for additional
It wouldn't allow for any alternative other than a definitive action. Okay. City Manager?
Yeah, so just one comment, based on discussion with the Public Works, if we were to go out for RFP, we're also not bound at this time, because if we keep our sequencing the way it is, if we go out for an RFP and when we get the results in spring, by that time, we would also know the status of, the future Measure V, whether it has passed or not, and then that could also be a decision-making point, depending on what the results from the RFP are. It could be the same amount, it could be lower, it could be higher, and when we present that, that could also take into consideration of the future tax measure results as well.
All right. So, Councilmember Freeman, you made the motion. Your motion was strict. What, from a legal perspective, a potential recommendation from the city attorney is that a generic motion for action at the next item can include that and/or anything that also may adjust the funding requirements, the stipulations more than just Measure V. Is that correct? Did I have that right?
Yes, but I would say, we have a motion and a second, right. So this going with a different motion procedurally would require the right. Current motion to be withdrawn.
Well, that's why I'm asking, because the motion was seconded. Mm-hmm. So that goes, that's the direction to Councilmember Freeman. Are you requesting to go forward with this motion?
Well, I don't quite understand. Because if I rescind my motion, then it's basically wide open again 2 weeks from now, right, to have this same discussion, right? So, the federal funding, right, we just got approved for that. So now we have an application that has due, what, do we know?
So the federal loan grant application has to be executed by September 25th. And that loan is specifically tied to the CDBG repayment terms. The park itself is collateral for that loan. And so were the council to later discontinue the project, that loan would be out there without collateral. It would need to be repaid by the city. That being said, if the park isn't built and we haven't spent the money could be repaid. But my concern with the current motion that's pending is that it is very specific to only allow the park to go forward if Measure B passes, and there's certain things that are going to happen related to this project before we will know whether or not Measure B is successful. And so I think there is a motion that can be made about bringing the item back for specific discussion and resolution determination regarding the encumbrance of the funds. That gives the council a little bit more room to get the advice from all staff, Public Works Director, Housing Director, myself, about the implications of various conditions that you could put on the project that could impact, our repayment of that loan, the state grant funding, and other items.
Well, I was really just looking for a win-win. I'm looking for a win for the park, and I'm looking for a win for the city, for our city. So.
All right, Vice Mayor Silva.
So quick clarification question to staff. I'm not sure if this is Public Works or what, but what is the timeline to go out for bid? What is the optimal timeline to go out for RFP? And the timeline process for that. Can we get like just a basic summary of that? And then I have another follow-up question based on the previous conversation.
Typically during the wintertime is the best time to go and advertise.
Can you give me a rough month? Sorry.
If we did it in end of November, December, that would be perfect timing, because that allows contractors to plan for the next year what they're going to be constructing.
And just please explain for the public purpose, what is the rationale behind going out during that time frame?
I'm sorry.
What's the benefit of going out for RP during that time frame?
To save money. We get a better bid.
Typically come back lower. All right.
Yes.
Thank you. So then, okay. Thank you.
And that is our plan right now, is to go in November, December out to bid.
So question for city manager, it's probably most appropriate. If we're still debating, or him and Hammond, if this is going to go back, or hey, we'll just wait to pull this at the end, how does that influence staff's due diligence and being ready to go out for bid November, December?
At this point, I believe, and Brian, you can correct me, we are at a 90% design and we're ready to go out for bid. We're just waiting because of the timing issue.
Yeah, the plans are basically ready to go. But we had decided, staff had decided months ago that we were going to wait until the fall because we wanted to get the best bids possible. So we're ready to go, but again, we weren't planning to advertise until the fall, winter time.
All right, thank you.
And I think the other piece is our 108 loan just got confirmed. So all these things, I believe we were waiting for some of these things to happen. So all these things are coming together. The timing of this is, the timing is not suspect. The timing is prudent because there's a ballot measure. We've been going through this process. And so it's just like before, there's a judgment that will always be made depending upon how people see you. If you can't get behind the vision, I can get behind the vision. I am behind the vision. It's just that we're committing to funds based upon a commitment, and we know that we're in between, are we going to be okay or not? And so we have a motion, a second on that, and I think that Councilmember Freeman, if I understood you, based upon what you said, is you see it that there's a moment right now of reckoning. There's a meeting on the 8th, and there's a meeting on the 22nd. There's a requirement of signature on the 21st, I think, for the loan. Did I get that right? I thought I wrote that down. 25th? Okay, either way. That all has to be done before it goes out to RFP anyway, right? I mean, everything has to be ready to go. So this is a motion that's effectively very strict then. It's conditioning it based upon the outcome, which could still meet the objective. We got the loan. We would know with certainty and with clarity. Okay. Let me see who's next. Councilmember Stockton.
Yeah, just a quick point of clarification. The timeline that you have in September is for the 108 loan, correct? In the total of that was like 2 million?
That's correct. So that's the time that we would have to execute the funding agreement. If it's not returned within that time period, then we've missed the window for this current funding year.
Okay, and that's the one that gets paid back over 20 years, that's going to have 1.4 of interest, correct?
Yes, pending confirmation, but yes, that's
right.
that.
So if we were to wait and Measure V was approved, if we had to forego that, that would be, we would just need to make up the 2 million, not the total of that, correct?
Correct. So we would need to identify the 2.6.
Councilmember Chapman.
Yes, I was going to ask, because the motion is on the floor, if we could hear from Councilmember Fremont whether or not he's willing to withdraw his motion and restate, which would require Councilmember Stockton to accept or say whether or not he would withdraw his second. And then that would cease this part and we can go on to another motion by him.
Well, we have a motion and a second, but if you had nothing else, then Councilmember Fremont's lights on, so I'm just going to call him.
I guess my concern is that I really want to know if there's an appetite from our council, and that's why I made this motion. I want to know if there's an appetite to come to an agreement that if we can't get Measure V over the line, then this project, as far as I'm concerned, we're heading towards a cliff, and I got my foot on the brake, and I just don't know whether to give it the gas or give it the brake, because this is the time. So if we just come back and debate this and it gets even more scrambled, so I realize that this is pretty strict as far as for a motion goes. Yeah, I don't really want to rescind my motion.
All right. Okay, I'm getting ready to.
I'm open for some more conversation on it.
Now you've made your statement.
Okay.
I'm just saying, I don't want this to turn into everyone talking, trying to change. I mean, you made the motion, there's a second, so you made your statement, but Councilor Vice Mayor Silva.
Yeah, so just two questions that may help. Question one, do we even have to make, let's say the council was okay with going out for 2 different RFPs. do we have to motion that, or can we just provide that direction? That's part one of that question. Part two is, how much of an impact would that have on staff to modify one of those RPs, provided state's feedback?
I'll take a stab at it, and Brian, just correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what we can plan to do is, if the state is okay and gives us guidance on how to revise the project so that there's a phase 1A, which would include the community center and associated landscaping, and then phase 1B, which then would include the park improvements. We could go out to bid with the one bid with alternative additions. So like the main part could just be the community center, and then there would be an alt ad for the park piece. So it would be included in one bid process with different alternatives all in one go.
Okay.
And based on that, and you can come forward, based on that, it seems like we've had this same conversation for the last couple of years. And what would it take? I mean, if we got to sign something by September 25th, I mean, it sounds nice, but we've talked about phasing this. I think that it was discussed a couple of years ago, could we phase this? And my recollection, just a recollection, was that conversation has been asked, and this is what it is. And so I don't know. Do you recall that?
Yeah, we have inquired with the state previously, and the response was this is one project with the community center in the park. The state's opinion of that may have evolved as other communities, including ours, have had challenges with cost with the park. So with our most recent discussion with the state, we brought it back up and asked again, with a clear plan, and that's what they're considering right now.
Okay. Councilmember Wiley?
Sorry.
Vice Mayor Silva.
Shoot, I forgot the other question. I didn't
I'll come back to you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Wiley?
I just wanted to say that if the motion stands, that we started this evening with an evaluation of our city attorney. This motion is in conflict with the advice from our city attorney.
No, it's
so
not.
we should bear that in mind when we are voting.
Remember, I'm just going to interrupt here for a minute. I don't want to bring in an evaluation.
No, I know. But
I know, but you brought it up. This is not about the city attorney's evaluation. She made a suggestion of what something could do. The discussion from Councilmember Freemel was clarified, and so I don't want to pull the city attorney back in there. The city attorney made a very sound position to make, but I don't want that to turn around as if somehow we're defying the city attorney. That's not at all what just happened.
So then what we are doing, though, is setting ourselves up for a single issue next time if it passes. And so then we are really tying our hands.
Well, I think, and then I'll go to the city attorney, but I think city manager, excuse me, what I think I've heard is, and Councilmember Freemel's light's not on, but was clarity. We're, 2 months away from a ballot measure. There's a measure on there that is our tax measure. We're spending money, deficit spending. And so a decision, if I heard you right, was to understand how to get to a win, which is we need the tax measure, but somehow to be dependent on this from a fiscal perspective, you were looking for that motion. I think that's what I understood. Okay. City manager?
Yeah, so I just maybe need clarification from our city attorney. If we tie a specific project with the measure, does it then convert it into a special tax measure? Because we have submitted our ballot language to the county saying this is a general tax measure. And now if we're gonna say this project is dependent on specific tax measure passing, yes or no, so maybe Andrea can help me?
If the council were to adopt that resolution at the next meeting, it definitely creates legal implications related to the tax measure being argued as a special tax to support this specific park. So that is a legal risk that would come with such a decision. The ordinance that was adopted by the council clearly classifies it as a general tax that can be used for any municipal purpose. However, when you start taking specific actions that directly tie that tax measure funding to a specific project before the measure has been passed by the voters, you run the risk of creating a legal challenge to it being a general tax.
Yes, that's good information. Councilmember Wiley, you still have the floor.
No, I just wanted that clear, so I'm glad we had clarification. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Silva?
Thank you. So the question I was going to ask, council can still reject the bids that come back. And we still have to approve going out for the RFP. We still have to approve whatever contract that comes back.
So the RFP process is already in play. You have an approved project. It's at 90% design. Public Works staff is going to move forward with the RFP in the late fall. It sounds like from Director Oxley's statements earlier. Once that happens and the most competitive, responsive bid is received by the city, that contract will be awarded by council approval. So it will come back to you to approve the award of the contract for that project.
Thank you. So in my mind, it just seems kind of a moot point to do all these other things. So if we're trying to avoid having this discussion again, and whatever goes with it, it seems to me to allow the process to continue. There'll be different options that come back that the council can weigh at that time on how we move forward. So rather than trying to pigeonhole somebody on where they stand, just go with the process. And if it gets phased in, Roy Stockton's going to vote for it. So it's like a win-win.
Councilmember Freeman?
Yeah. So does the same rule of law apply then if we were to bring this back for discussion at the next council meeting and discuss steps we would take in the event that Measure V does not pass?
I think there is, a very nuanced distinction between a specific resolution of the council that conditions a specific project on the passage of a measure versus we're going to move forward with this until we don't have funding for it after we see the results of the election. So it's very nuanced, and again, it's not a black or white. I'm looking at arguments that have been made in cases, throughout history related to general tax measures and how those arguments have been made that the tax measure was converted to a special based on its specific tie to a specific project. So it's a timing. It's about a timing of when that decision is made. It's about exactly what explicitly the condition is on that. And so it's a little more nuanced than a very black and white.
Yeah, so the last thing I want to do is put us in harm's way, right? So I'm listening, and that's why I'm asking more questions. So if I were to rescind my motion, your suggestion would be to word it how? For what you started out with, to bring it back to the next council for what, just further discussion?
Well, I think if you want to have some specific recommendations and items to act on, you could say bring it back for a discussion on unencumbering the funds or having the funds be conditioned on other factors, and staff could work on some options to present to council.
I'm going to call for the question, please.
Well, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get to a word of motion.
I know. However, we have a motion on the floor, and I can call for the question.
He said if you.
Okay. So a call to the question is a vote to end the discussion. So we can do that, and all he's trying to do is figure out a motion, because there's a motion. So if you
to take the motion on the floor.
No, okay, so roll call.
I still have the floor though, don't I?
Well, hold on a second. Point of order. The call to question is to end discussion. So to do this, to our city attorney, unless you want to tell me otherwise, this is only to end the discussion. We have a motion. So the discussion comes to an end, is in front of us is what is the motion going to be? So I appreciate Councilmember Chapman, what you're suggesting. I'm just simply saying that a call to the question is to get to the vote. And right now, the vote is what stands. If you're looking for a vote to potentially change, I would recommend not a call to the question and let Councilmember Freemel work it out with the city attorney.
Okay. My point for calling for the question is to take the vote. There's a vote on the floor, a motion and a second. So you take, hold on. So you take the vote, and then another motion can be made if need be.
Okay, so hold on a second. The call to the question is a vote right now to end the discussion. That's correct.
And it requires a supermajority.
That's right. So roll call.
This is for the calling question.
This is just to end the discussion.
Councilmember Stockton?
No.
Councilmember Ritchie?
Yes.
Councilmember Chapman?
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman?
No.
Councilmember Wiley?
And no.
Vice Mayor Silva?
In the entire discussion or just on?
In his motion. Well,
Yes.
Mayor Carley?
No. So no supermajority?
4 no, 3.
Okay. So all we're doing now is Councilmember Freemel, you have the floor. Continue your discussion with the city attorney trying to word your motion.
All right, so.
And just so everyone knows, if that would have been a majority, the next vote would have been the motion that stood.
the motion stood.
The motion that was on the, yes, am I right?
No.
So if you call the
That was a
question to end the discussion with a supermajority, it's a procedural move, then that ends the discussion. That means no more discussion on the floor related to the pending motion. So if that had passed, then the next action would be for the council to vote on the motion that is currently pending.
That's right. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay, well, I thought you were trying to allow an alternate motion.
No, I was calling for the motion that was already present. Okay, so it ceased the discussion, and then the motion is called. Then the motion, just the motion called
So,
now.
hold on a second. No, listen, I have the floor. No, I have the floor. I have the floor. Hold on a second. All it was meant to do, we don't have to discuss what it is. All we need to do is move forward. The motion failed. Councilmember Freeman has the floor.
City Attorney, can you please help direct me in the direction of making a motion? How would I, the terminology that I would use? I'm sorry, there's been so much spoken here that I'm a little bit lost. So I want to make a motion to agendize this for our next city council meeting to have a further discussion on whether we rescind the funds or whether we have some more discussion on what we could do to, can you help me?
Yeah, I think you've made your motion, so you would like the council to consider a motion to agendize an item for council to consider rescinding the funds that have been encumbered for this project. And at that point, we would bring that back with the item, and then the council, the further discussion would be related to specific conditions or options that you want to have around unencumbering those funds.
Okay.
I know he has the floor. Can I ask a
yes.
to the city attorney?
Yes.
Okay, so my question is the date the issue? Because if he's suggesting that that we can't make an approval of a project or divesting of a project contingent upon the outcome of Measure V, can the date of the meeting be changed basically his motion be kept the same with a friendly amendment to move the date of the meeting to after Measure V for that vote, for it to be rediscussed. Does that make sense?
That's certainly an option to.
Would that get rid of your concerns related to whether or not it would fall under a specific tax?
Yes.
And if I understand, I think we clarified the date. There's 2 meetings in September, and there's a date of signature for 108 at 9:25. So if I understood it correct, maybe it needs to be repeated, Councilmember Freemel, with the city attorney's help. What you're looking to do is just bring an action item back at the next council meeting to, with options of either conditioning the terms and/or rescinding the funds. Is that generic enough?
Yes.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
City attorney?
Yes.
Okay. That's generic enough. Okay.
I'm good with that.
You have your second still stands and is good on that. Okay. Sorry to the audience. This is the way it's made sometimes. Roll call.
What's the motion now?
The roll call, or the motion was to put on the next council meeting an agenda action item to either condition funds or rescind funds associated, which gives options. And that's the flexibility that allows for staff to be able to have some understanding and ideas and everything that we talked about. So it allows that to come back with that to our city manager.
I just need one clarification. So the signing of the loan documents doesn't officially commit. So if for example, if the Measure V doesn't pass, we still have the option to cancel the loan. And if the RFP results come, we still have the option to evaluate the responses from the RFP after the measure.
Yes, so we could always not spend the funds, but if we do not execute the funding agreement, then we miss our funding window.
Yeah. That's good clarification. Thank you.
Can I get a question on that?
Yes.
So I just want to be clear that we're going to get our application turned in next Friday, and we got approved, and we're going to put the park project as collateral for the loan. And so then we receive the $2.6 million from them, and for whatever reason, it doesn't go forward. Basically, we just give the money back. Is that correct?
Correct. There are some costs associated with funding the loan. So the application has been submitted and approved. The application has been approved. What we've been waiting on are our loan documents so that we could execute those and get the funding in. So there are some, just like there are borrowing costs with any loans, there's some funding costs that we will not be able to recoup. But for the most part, yes, we could just return the funds.
All right. And then also, can I make a comment that's not related to what we're talking about right now?
Hopefully it's related.
Well, it's just this. For me, this is not political at all. And for somebody to suggest that this is political for me, I'm looking out for our city. I'm looking out for our city employees. I'm looking out for the members of our community. And some may say that I'm not looking out for certain members of our community, and I reject that. I'm looking out for our city, and I want this to be a win. I really do. I mean, if I don't get reelected in 2 years, I don't really care, you guys. I'll know that at least while I was here, I tried to do the best I could with the knowledge that I have, trying to understand everything that's in front of us, and trying to make the right decisions that are fiscally responsible in my eyes. Do I want to give up all that money? Heck no. Do I want that park? Heck yeah. I'm just trying to pump the brakes before the cliff. That's all.
All right. You have a question? All right. Councilmember Chapman, and then roll call.
Thank you. We have already expended funds in the amount of $2 million, correct, to date? Yep. All right. So if we lose this, then that goes back. We've already lost $2 million.
Correct. So if the project does not move forward, there would be the opportunity cost of the Section 108 loan and the state parks grant. In addition to that, there are already expended costs in a little bit over $2 million that would need another funding source identified to cover those costs.
Cover that. Okay, thank you.
All right. Roll call.
Can I repeat the motion?
Say what?
Need to repeat the motion.
For clarification, can you just repeat what the motion's on the table? I'm just going to tell you that it is to agendize at the next city council meeting an action item to either condition funding and or rescind funding on this project. That's flexible enough. That's what it is. It's clean and it's flexible. That's the motion. Roll call.
I agree. I agree, that's the motion.
That's the motion. So the person who made the motion, the person who seconded it, that's, you confirm that that's it. Councilmember Ritchie, then roll call.
So now, I heard the motion, but if it has to be tied, there has to be if-then scenario, like legal terms, like, and it has to be tied to something. So if then, but there has to be contingent. If that contingent is Measure V, that forms a special tax.
Well, but that's the whole thing is we just went through the process of simplifying it so it's generic enough that we can have a discussion, staff can come back with the understanding that there's concerns by members of this council, depending upon whether or not this motion, the vote on this motion is successful or not, to agendize the item and to consider conditioning of certain parts of this and or rescinding funding for this. That's all. It's not tying it directly to Measure B. It's so that if there is options to be flexible, and that's the motion.
Okay. It seems like we already have those options. Regardless, it seems like this is a circular conversation. Regardless of this vote or not, we can augment the RFP, we can augment all the things.
So the point is the motion stands, there is a second. It's clear that this motion is about trying to accelerate this as a serious concern because of the fiscal consideration, not to discount what you're saying, because what you're saying has merit as well. Vice Mayor Silva.
I just want to say, like, this conversation in itself is that it's dependent. It sounds like for some of us, it is dependent on Measure V passing or not. So in I'm just saying from a common, a layperson, I mean, to me, that's very clear. I'm hearing it. To me, it's very clear. It sounds like we have a process in place. We keep going. RP comes back. That's when we decide. I think. Well, to me, I think we leave it as is. We don't make any.
So to be clear, in 2 weeks, the discussion could be to just say fiscally, this is too risky. So there are motions that can be made that allow for the flexibility. So you have to understand that that's always an option is to not condition it.
It doesn't appear to me that you guys understand it. So that's why I say it's
I completely understand it, Vice Mayor.
Sounds like it's very political. Let's bring it back up.
So we're going to vote right now. It's not that it's political. It's fiscally prudent. Anyone who's lost a house, lost a job because of a fiscal decision, and that's where we're at. And so with that, roll call.
Cause all of that.
This is a roll call.
Councilmember?
No, this is a vote. This is a roll call. We've had enough.
I know. I just want to ask,
Yes.
was the vote taken on the first original motion and second?
The originator of the motion changed his motion. He wasn't asked to. He did it voluntarily.
Right, and I confirm it.
So he amended his motion. I didn't hear that part.
Okay. He amended his own motion, yeah.
So.
I have a point of question.
Councilmember Stockton.
In this discussion, would returning the reserve funding and back to returning the 6.7 of Measure M reserves that were allocated to the project and then phasing it like we talked about, I support that 100%. Is that could that be part of the process of that conversation? Because if that money goes back in the reserves and we are able to phase it, I want to have that conversation because that's my issue.
I think that those are all options that can be presented for council consideration based on the motion that's
Because the
pending.
phasing is where me and Vice Mayor Silva, I think, do agree. And if that money, if we're able to put the reserves back in, then I think we have consensus.
We're already along that process.
So anyways, that was my.
No, I appreciate that. You want to, I'm going to call on you, Councilmember Chapman. I'm trying to get to a roll call.
Maybe you didn't turn my light out.
It's flashing, so I had nothing to do with it.
Remember, it did it earlier tonight, too.
All right, here we go, roll call.
Councilmember Ritchie?
Okay, what am I saying yes or no to? I mean, legally, what am I saying? This is crazy.
We bring this thing back.
A yes vote would be supporting the city manager agendizing at the next council meeting an item for council to either unencumber the funds or put conditions on the project.
No vote. And then the no.
And a no vote means that the project stands as currently described by staff, which I think the process has been discussed multiple times. It will go out to bid in November, and it will come back to the council for award of the contract. And I do not believe that we need council direction or permission to work with the state on our RFP having option A and B.
Okay, so just, no, we need to go.
All right, roll call.
Councilmember Ritchie or no?
She's asking a question.
Oh, yeah, I already said it.
Okay. Okay.
Not saying get the bill.
Councilmember Chapman?
No.
Councilmember Freeman?
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley?
No.
Councilmember Stockton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Silva?
Respectfully, no.
Mayor Carley?
Yes. So this item will not be added to the next agenda item. Robust discussion. I hope that there's an understanding, and I'll call on you, Councilmember Freeman. What I hope that leaves from here isn't future conversations in the community about politicizing something, intimidating, or targeting of people. There are focuses of the way we all look at things. One way could be being super fiscally prudent. The other could be full on from a vision of a lived experience. But leaving here a robust discussion when we are facing the fiscal conditions that we're in is a very prudent thing to do, and that's what we had tonight. To our city manager, do you have any comments? And then I want to call on any member that still wishes to speak.
Yeah, I just want to summarize from a staff perspective and from a council perspective. The project is moving forward for the RFP because it's already approved by the council. We will still have additional opportunities in future to evaluate the fiscal situation. If our fiscal deficit continues and if we continue our challenges with the Measure V passing or not passing, when the RFP results come back sometime around January, February, we would have another chance to evaluate the merits of the RFP, and if, depending on the results of the measure, we can decide what happens. So just a summary from a staff and a council perspective that you still have opportunity to consider this.
Yeah, thanks for framing that. Councilmember Chapman? Okay, sorry, it's on again. Councilmember Freeman?
I didn't touch it.
So with that being said, we just had a motion that had dual purposes so I would like to make a motion that we agendize this for the next city council to come back and rescind these funds. That's my motion.
What?
Because the last one was to come back and talk about rescinding, or to have a conversation on how we could possibly get through this. So now that didn't pass, so now I'm making a motion. I mean, I guess what I'm doing is, Well, like I just said, I make a motion to bring it back to the next council to rescind the funds for Dolores Park.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Does anyone need clarity on what that motion is? It seems pretty clear. All right, roll call.
Councilmember Chapman?
No.
Councilmember Fremont?
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley?
No.
Councilmember Stockton?
Yes.
Councilmember Ritchie?
No.
Vice Mayor Silva?
No, thank you.
Mayor Carley?
Yes. All right, so that fails as well. All right.
Other motions?
I think, well, I don't think there's room for any more motions. But I appreciate everyone's vigor tonight. The goal here is let's be respectful to each other. That's the decisions are made on the diet, so all those consequences. But the hope is that it's not a question of whether or not I've heard tonight people who want to support it. I think it's for different motives and reasons, and hopefully we can all agree to that. So with that, that's the last item. So we're going to go to adjournment. It's 10:36. Good night, Vacaville.